1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Angela. That's 8. And Dan. Right, morena tātou. Welcome to the Community Committee meeting, the 14th of June, our penultimate meeting for the term. We'd like to open with a prayer from Carrie Barber, is it? From the Waikato Interfaith Community. If you'd like to open up for us, we'll be glad to have you do so.
Thank you. And as you silence, people may speak. So we don't have formal prayers, but we have advices and queries that we often read either in or out of worship to things to think about. And I thought this one might be appropriate here. If you like, you can substitute truth for God as it's talking about it. But this is from the British Yearly Meeting, Society of Friends. Do you respect that of God in everyone, though it may be expressed in unfamiliar ways or be difficult to discern? Each of us has a particular experience of God, and each must find the way to be true to it. When words are strange or disturbing to you, try to sense where they come from and what has nourished the lives of others. Listen patiently and seek the truth which other people's opinions may contain for you. Avoid hurtful criticism and provocative language. Do not allow the strength of your convictions to betray you into making statements or allegations that are unfair or untrue. Think it possible that you may be mistaken.
Thank you, Carrie. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e he ake ane te āta kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhanga, ti he Māori ora. Cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south, let the breeze blow over the land, let the red-tipped down come with a sharpened air, a touch of frost and a promise of a beautiful day. So we'll declare the meeting open. Welcome you all. Thank you very much for coming along on this day. Mayor Paula, even though you did duck, we did see you get in there. No, that's right. I love the duck walk. It's like when people walking across pedestrian crossings, they try and sort of look like they're running, but they're actually going slower than they would. All is good. Appreciate the gesture. No, it's all good. So welcome everybody. First of all, we'll look at apologies. Now, while we're on there, Paula, are you in and out today, Paula? Or?
I have not so much now, but I have a...
Yeah, I know we've got a bit of feedback through the...
appointment, and so if you can adjust the program to suit, that'd be good.
No problem. Councillor Nodu Rolfe, Councillor Donovan for early departure or late arrival? Presuming it's late arrival, actually. Councillor Pascoe. Do we have any other apologies? Councillor Hamilton?
3 o'clock appointment I'll have to disappear for.
No problem at all, thank you.
What's the quorum?
Yeah, we're right. We'll always get a crowd for this one. Don't you worry about that. We'll be fine. No, we'll go with haste today, but we'll give everything due deference. So with no further apologies, I will let you know I have a 5:30 appointment as well to give you a bit of a guideline of the fact that we want to get this done the same day. What was that? I've got yoga at 40%. That's my 5:30 appointment. I'm your yoga instructor tonight. Okay. I wouldn't hurry along. Okay, so I'll move that those apologies be accepted. Do we have a seconder? Yeah. Thanks, Ryan. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Confirmation of the agenda. The agenda is as reads. We'll reserve the right to change things around if we need to as we go. But otherwise, that is the agenda. Any questions, any queries? Also move. Second. Mangai Oli. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a late apology from Mangai Tapora as well, who's going to be about 5 minutes late. Thank you. All right, any declarations of interest?
Item 12, Chair Mark. For me.
The River Safety Project? Okay, thanks, Ollie. Will you be taking part or?
Yeah, I think I'm on the Pou Manawa Fund approval committee, which is one of the funds that's been applied for with the
okay. So will you be sitting back for that?
I'll just push away for that one.
Sweet as. Thanks, Ollie. No other conflicts? Thank you.
Just a question from me with regard to predetermination, in that my understanding of the standing orders was that if a member has already made a decision about a vote that they will take, that they may not partake in the discussion.
This is the open-minded thing you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding, I checked on that before the meeting, and my understanding is that it's up to the member themselves to disclose whether or not they have or consider themselves to have a conflict of interest, rather than anybody else. So that's pretty much where it stops and starts, I'm afraid. So.
That of my question, can we just be reminded of what the standing orders do say in terms of
Sure.
predetermination?
Absolutely.
So there is no such standing order in relation to predetermination. It's into the code of conduct and the decision-making process, so being open, transparent.
I'll have a look. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else? Thank you, Maxine, for raising that. Okay. We welcome you to the public forum. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the public forum. 2 of them are on Zoom. But first of all, Ro Toa is a familiar face to us. Where's Ro? Oh, I saw Ro before. Oh, could we please bring them in, though? Craigie. Thanks, Maria.
We do have Anna.
We've got Anna on Zoom as well, or
Yeah,
and Joe on Zoom.
Joe hasn't arrived, but we also have
Myra.
Yeah.
I understand Anna and Myra are presenting together.
Yeah. So we could move to them if you'd like.
Oh, no, I think they're just outside now, so coming in now. Welcome. Hi, Ro. We normally lead you in with bagpipes and fancy music, but they had COVID, so. All right. So, Ro, we've, if you're happy, we'll have you first.
Okay. So I set the bar, right?
Set the bar. You've certainly done it with the hair. I think it's fantastic. Can we also just turn the speakers down a little bit, please? Because I think that's what's feeding back through the microphones. Thank you. Got it. Can you see there, Ro?
Let's just see if I'm out of the sun on the. Oh, that's better. Right, it's not my good side.
So we have 5 minutes.
Cool.
And then we'll put questions if
All right. Kia ora and kirana tātou katoa toa. My name is Ro, and I'm the Centre Manager for the Glenview Community Centre in the Hamilton South community. That is the gateway to Hamilton. I'm speaking on support of our lease application and would like to share a brief history of our facilities and services that have evolved over the last 50 years. It starts with, once upon a time, a former Salvation Army hall in the 70s. In the 90s, Hamilton City Council came along and purchased the hall from the Salvation Army on the condition that the purpose receives the support of the Glenview community. They raised an amount of $80,000 towards the purchase price, being $240,000 at the time. A successful purchase, the centre was renamed the Glenview Community Activities Centre. The then governance, with the support of community advisors Jane Stevens, Joe Clear and City Councillor Brian Farrell, relayed the troops again and raising further funds of $120,000 thanks to Well Energy and Lottery grants, were able to purchase the building from Hamilton City Council. What a milestone. We now know it today to be the Glenview Community Centre. The main hall continues to serve all walks of life. We're not precious about where you come from or who you are. If there's a need, we'll do our best to help you. For over 50 years, the hall has served to provide programs and services that were once plunket rooms, girl guides, brownies, playgroups, holiday programs, driver licence courses, youth leadership programs, through to board games, distributing free kai and community dinners on a monthly basis, just to name a few of what we do. Weekends are busy too with private function hires, and that's our bread and butter. We are bursting at the seams right now. From time to time, it can be a logistical nightmare just to use our own space to host our AGM, or even to host managers or network meetings. In April 2021, we were super excited to open our own social service wing of our organisation, offering services of financial mentoring, counselling, employment services, citizens advice bureau and MP clinics on a regular weekly basis. There's no room for us to expand right now. On our current site, we can't recruit any more staff due to lack of office space. We can't offer our user groups any storage space. We already have 3 portable cabins, which serves as our social service hub and office space for our community connectors. But the thought of trying to expand on our existing premises means adding additional car parks, toilets, and my electrician and plumber just keep shaking their head every time I call them to either install or repair anything on or around our facilities. It may be fit for purpose in the 70s, but it's certainly not today. This is where I really need you guys to tune in. With the Peacock's development on our doorstep, we as an organisation are putting our hands up to relocate ourselves to a multi-purpose built facility to allow our organisation, or South of Hamilton Community Hub, to increase its reach in the new community. We currently have a solid governance structure with good processes and have worked really hard to develop and sustain good relationships with our funders, because I haven't been able to marry off any of my governance members to anyone on the rich list. Our staff and governance team are a mature organisation with a proven track record at both looking after our facility and increasing activity to meet the needs of our community. Western Community Centre are a good example of a community organisation that successfully manages a number of buildings in Hamilton West. We are ready to play a similar role in the south of Hamilton, particularly with the development of Te Māori Paehere Ke Manga Kotukutuki on Collins Road, the reorganisation of Melbourne High and Intermediate Schools, and the Peacock Sports Community facilities in the wider area. The thought of creating new standalone organisations feels like it would duplicate effort and ultimately lead to small and ongoing vulnerable trusts. A one-stop shop, a multi-purpose hub that serves with a caring heart and spirit and celebrates a growing community. That is the gateway to Hamilton. Kia pai tō rā, e kia manuia.
Kia ora. So just to be clear, in your ideal world, it will be a new facility that manages Peacock, or that caters for Peacock and Melville and Glenview.
Hamilton South.
One building.
Hamilton South, south of Hamilton, yeah, including that Peacock's development.
Great, okay. Kia ora, thank you. Any other questions, team? Maria Southgate?
Yeah, mine was going to be the same thing. So what you're looking for is to dispose of the current asset somehow and then build into another fit-for-purpose community space.
No, it can still exist. It will just be a site from the main hub.
So you have a sort of hub and spoke. So there'll be a hub for the whole of the southwest of Hamilton, and then there may be.
And then we'll have multiple sites.
Okay.
Around Hamilton South, like Glenview Community Centre will still exist, and run other programs from there, because there's still that community that might not quite get to Peacock's development.
Yeah. Last
area.
question is, I presume. Well, we haven't chatted about this, so I presume that the geographic location is pretty critical because you want whatever services to be in the heart and soul of the community that you're serving. Is that?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Thank you, Ro.
Thanks.
Time for a quick one from Councillor Gallagher.
Can you confirm that the Glenview Community Centre has a very proud history of amazing interactive involvement with its community?
Without a doubt.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do is we'll just cycle-style stamp that question and assume that everyone's going to get asked the same question. Thank you, Ro. It's great to see you, and look forward to having more dialogue with you, because we're getting involved in that audit work right now, so it's a very good time for you to make that submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, and best of luck for the item later on. Our next submitters are gentlemen from the Hamilton Model Engineers Group, Dave Simpson and Clyde Lipsey. Welcome, gentlemen. Just shunt on down there. And, Thanks, Dave. Someone had to get it.
Kia ora, my name's Dave Simpson, this is Clive Lipsey, and I can assure you we're not a double act. Just briefly, Hamilton Model Engineers. We've been around for 91 years. I don't think I'll be around to celebrate our 100th. But we started off at Berescourt, which was now the Berescourt Tennis Courts. We went to Seddon Park, Hall Street. We've been in Minogue Park for 30 years. We were very grateful for the council to give us Minogue Park, what has been developed into what a lot of people in Hamilton say is Hamilton's best kept secret. On a Sunday when we're running, it's not unusual on a fine day to have 500 to 1,000 people come through our facility. Every year we run for a charity. We've run on numerous occasions for child cancer, Seeing Eye Dogs, St John's Hospice. The last 3 years, unfortunately, with COVID, it's shut us down. We have night runs. We normally, we have open weekends. We have people from Tauranga, Hastings, Rotorua. Our conventions, we've filled half a dozen motels here for a week. So we bring the business. We run on a Sunday for the kids. Children with disabilities and that ride free. Anyone under 2 rides free. We have night runs. Basically, that's all I can say. And as I said, we would like to keep our lease going because we have a lot of work to do. We should have a day where we can invite all you people down to have a ride and have a look around and just see what sort of facilities you have here. We have people, believe it or not, who come down on the bus load from Auckland to have a ride in Minogue Park. Now that's something as far as we're concerned. But there's not much more I can add. It's just that we've been very grateful to the council. The 10-year lease will be good, because I don't think I'm going to be here at the end of it. But
He's hoping. He's hoping.
have you any questions?
Yes, there's a few. I think you've picked a good time to invite us down because it's election year. Mayor Paula.
Thank you for coming in. And I have ridden your railway. I'm related to Gregor.
Gregor McNeil?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, I've had the children since they were little, way up. They're grown now. So you're not asking for any improvement of your lease. You just want the 10-year extension.
We just want the 10-year extension.
So you have certainty.
Yeah. Because basically, when we moved there, I don't know whether you've been there, but the oak trees now look magnificent. And in the summer, it's nothing unusual to get to 400 to 500 people picnicking all the way around the park under those trees.
Thank
Fantastic.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Manga Oli.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, gentlemen, for your presentation. We really enjoyed the service you guys have provided over the years. It's great fun for the kids and for parents as well. Just the staff recommendation talks about a 10-year lease, and just confirming you're happy with the 10-year lease
Yes,
versus
we are.
the 15?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Thank you. And on behalf of Councillor Gallagher, can you confirm that you're doing great work for the community out there? Great. Fantastic.
I must point out too, we've had 3 mayors that have been patrons. We actually have a patron who's just resigned, so we're looking for a new one.
Here we go. There we go. We can put that into the recommendation if you like. That's absolutely fine.
Well, if you're quite happy, we'll
let you work out an arrangement with Mayor Paula, but just let you know the media is here and saw all that. Great. Fantastic. That's great. Thank you, gentlemen. All the very best. Thanks for what you do. Okay, on to Zoom now. We have the legendary Anna Casey Cox and Maira Rutger from Te Au Whakaita on Zoom. And they will be submitting on item 11. Now, team, you have 5 minutes. We'll keep an eye on it, and I'll sort of yell time if you keep going, but we'd like you to try and include questions in that time if you get a chance. So, kia ora and welcome. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, nei rā te mihi kia koutou katoa ngā Rauranga Tirama. Anna Casey Cox and I will be representing Te Au Whakaita Trust today. Te Au Whakaita is speaking today in support of the work plan for He Pou Manawa Ora. We see this strategy prioritises hauora and well-being of our city, which is why we are in full support of the operationalising of this strategy. So Te Oho Whakaita is the governance group over Matariki Waikato. Our purpose in Matariki Waikato is to support events that share Te Ao Māori through experiences that weave people together. So the Matariki Waikato Festival provides an opportunity to acknowledge Māori mātauranga around maramataka, as well as that it provides celebrations to bring our communities together, give thanks for the bounty of our awa and our whenua, and reflect on the legacy that we've been given and the legacy that we leave behind for our children and our mokopuna. We congratulate the Council on their investment so far, and Tautoko Muna and Jared and the work plan that they have developed, and we look forward to the work plan being signed off and on its way before today. So I'll hand it over to Anna from here on in.
Kia ora tātou. As Myra has said, Te Oho Whakaita is very committed to helping ensure the success of He Pou Manawa Ora. We promote the strategy and encourage the broader community to support this through our networks. Māori cultural practices and significant events are unique, and supporting Māori culture is about te tiriti or waitangi obligations. He Pou Manawa Ora is a statement of Council's te tiriti commitment, and we look forward to the growth and development of policies that ensure this commitment endures. We're really happy to see the employment of Jared in the role of taking the strategy forward, and we believe that a team of people are needed to progress such an important strategy, with every department and council developing work plans and budgets to align and ensure that the strategy is a success. And we're delighted to hear of the staff's commitment to the strategy. The community, including Te Oho Whakaita, is also really committed and enthusiastic about the strategy. So we will be campaigning to ensure that He Pou Manawa Ora is well supported in an ongoing way. These first few years of the strategy are vital in building community support. He Pou Manawa Ora is Council's commitment to wellbeing, to Māori culture and to te tiriti. We thank you for your continued support. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Anna and Myra. Don't seem to be any questions at this point. So we appreciate your submission today. All the best. Have a nice day and stay dry out there.
Kia ora.
Yeah. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we had Jo Wrigley down, but I didn't see her in the waiting room at all. So.
I just put in her apologies, but she tautokos what we just said.
Oh, okay.
We just got a busy day at Go, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it, Anna. Thank you. All right, that's the end of the public submissions. Thank you very much, our submitters, for coming in. We really appreciate you being here. The community occupancy facility is a little bit later on, probably in about half an hour anyway, so you're more than welcome to stay, obviously. But if you want to tune in by Zoom or by YouTube, you're more than welcome to as well. Okay, moving on to item number 5, the confirmation of the community minutes of the 26th of April. Are there any matters arising from those minutes, which I will move that they are true and accurate? Do I have a seconder for confirmation of those minutes? Deputy Mayor Jeff, thanks, mate. All right, we move on to the Chair's report. Now, it's a verbal one. Apologies for... Hello.
Just vote on those minutes.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, can we vote on the minutes being true and accurate? Thank you. Anyone against? Thank you. Carried unanimously? Great, thank you.
Before you start the Chair's report,
sure.
A couple of us at least weren't even aware there was going to be a Chair's report because it's not showing the agenda. Can I suggest that as a responsible Chair you would actually put a Chair's report verbal in the agenda, electronic agenda, so we know one's coming up and can ask what you plan to unload on us verbally?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, certainly. Sorry, Dave, for any inconvenience. I put on the running sheet, and it was
on the table of contents.
It's in the run sheet, yeah, but it's not in the.
No, fair. No, you make a fair point.
Table of contents.
Look, I will take this opportunity to say that the times, and you'll agree as a chair, when we're meant to put our chair's reports in, they're often about a month before.
Yeah, that's right.
It proves difficult. So there were a few.
We just thought we were going to get away quickly, but now that we know you've got a chair's report, it's going to take ages.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I've got 2 very quick items to make publicly. One is the person of the month for me, and we have a brilliant community team, but she's actually in this room, and I've had tremendous feedback about Karen Kwok this month. Karen, your work with the community sector and the groups as you negotiate those leases has been really appreciated, and I'm getting immense feedback about what you're doing. And also for the work you and Ben did with the old boys negotiation, which, could have been tricky, but you saw a way through. So well done. Big ups to you. Thank you for that. And also, what was brought up in the annual plan, so it was a wee bit late for the Chair's report submission time, was some questions around the accessibility plan. So I just wanted some clarity around that, what's coming up. And I know it was of particular interest to Councillor Angela and Councillor Sarah, so I took the opportunity to bring that up verbally so we could ask a couple of questions of Helen. I do understand there's a report coming in August, and that's pretty much as far as I know. So if there are any questions on that, Sarah or Angela, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to hand over to Rebecca Whitehead. She's on, oh, here she is. So she's going to give you an update on where that's at and any questions that you want to ask.
Yep, hi everyone. So just a bit of an update on the plan. So it's in its final stages of being drafted at present. From there it'll be shared with key stakeholders within the disability sector and advocates. And then it'll be coming back to council for the August meeting. What I'd like to suggest, if possible, is that we perhaps arranged a bit of a drop-in so the team can socialise the content of that and have any discussions with you all in more depth before that comes back, noting that we haven't had a briefing on it. But yeah, happy to take any specific questions you have on that at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah. Or do you want to go Angela first? Councillor Angela? Still on mute there, Angela. It won't come off mute. Can you do it in sign language or interpretive dance? Okay, while you're working on that, we'll go with Sarah's questions in the meeting. Oh, there we go. You got it?
Yeah.
Great.
It said the host won't unmute me.
I get that all the time.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff. Look, thanks for organising a drop-in session. And the reason that I have raised this and is responding to the annual plan submission is because I'm just really dissatisfied with our progress. Look, I don't want to prolong it today, but when you said that we've shared the draft with stakeholders, does that mean we've just gone there and it's been a bit of a one-way conversation, or have they been allowed to give us input that's changed some direction, or you've added something?
So at this stage, I think we've taken their feedback. What we're planning to do now that the draft is completed is go back for a second round to seek further feedback. And one of the other things that the plan speaks to is reigniting the Access Advisory Group, so bringing all those stakeholders around the table with a bit of a new term of reference. So it'll be a mix of sector professionals and some of the new disability advocates, HSC staff and elected members, and which would enable greater input into the action plan moving forward. So not only feedback on developing the plan, but into the future as well. So that's one of the specific actions within the plan also.
Okay.
And Councillor Angela, can I just clarify that we have been through a process of, there was a survey that we have done some targeted engagement as well. So we haven't just developed the action plan, we have been through a process, yeah.
Okay, just in terms of, because the request from submissions in the annual plan was to develop a strategy, not a policy. In your view, I mean, I think I know the difference between the two, but I want to hear an organisation's perspective of the difference between the two.
Good question. Rebecca?
I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, like it's a genuine question, because that's what they've requested, and we've actually never had a disability strategy.
No, I guess from our perspective, the policy drives a lot of our internal work, and our feeding into the action plan and the actions that come out of it drive a lot of the work that we do internally. I guess if we were to think about a strategy, that would be perhaps a more externally facing document, and similar to what we do in the age-friendly space, that may be owned by the community, similar to what the age-friendly plan is.
Okay, so when we have the drop-in session, and then it will come to the August final meeting for this term, what's the capacity and space if I'm hugely disappointed? Because as I said, for me, and I'm lucky enough, I don't live with any form of disability, but a quarter of our residents do. If it just doesn't go anywhere near far enough, what's our capacity to change to, I don't know, to respond to that?
What we're planning with the plan this time around is to take a 3-year view, not a 12-month view, and for it to take to be a lot more expansive in its approach. However, if that didn't meet your requirements, what I might recommend is that we adopt it as a 1-year plan and then worked on what might be possible with a strategy, so do the two concurrently.
Okay, all right, okay. Thanks, Chair. I'll just have a few comments in debate. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Angela. Councillor Sarah.
Councillor Andrew has already asked most of my questions, but just to get a bit more clarification around, say, a strategy versus kind of the action plan that we have at the moment. Does the action plan currently kind of propose new things that aren't budgeted but could be if we decided to, if that makes sense?
I think the action plan's a bit of a mix of things that we're currently working on or things that are in train plus new actions. So this one will have some new actions. I think probably the benefit of reigniting the advisory group is to bring to the table what those new things might be into the future. So, yeah, I think it is a mixture of both.
And if we wanted to set out some slightly more aspirational targets, could that be done without needing to go through doing a strategy, or does that kind of, to be able to do that, do you need a strategy, or can you still do that through your policy and action plan?
In my view, I think it can be done through the policy and action plan and then feed those aspirations through the upcoming annual plan and or long-term plan processes. So, all through this committee. So,
yeah.
In my view, I think we could work with the action plan over the next 12 months to 3 years, depending on the preference of council, and still see some big things done or bigger things done.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to the drop-in session. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just add to that as well? The other area that we're looking, and you'll see this in the action plan as well, is around our asset management planning. So the thing around when we talk about accessibility in this case, which I know is just a portion of where we should be putting our focus around disability, it's also in the way we plan and design everything that we do. So with our asset management plans, which we're starting to move into very soon in preparation for the LTP, we're actually going to have a section in there on accessibility, so that a lot of that will float up through those asset management plannings, through into budgets, or draft budgets for the LTP. So that's where you'll see some of those costing implications, is through our internal planning process rather than a separate piece of work.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, well, look, Angela and Sarah, you've got your questions out of the way. Look, I'll move the Chair's report be accepted. Councillor Kish seconding. I won't debate. Angela, you mentioned you had some comments.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone, for indulging me. I guess just each term I seem to try and get across my frustration with how I think inaccessible our city is, and I just want things lined up a lot better, and the outcomes and the hierarchy with the work that we've been doing with Access Hamilton and the parking principles absolutely bring accessibility right up to the top, and that's where it should be, because we all know that a city that's safe and easy to get around for not only those with disabilities, but people with accessibility issues, and that's our older residents, that's parents with prams and things. If we build a city that's safe for them, then it's a city that's easy to get around and safe for all of us. Just the other day, I got an email from someone who has a fairly severe disability, and there's not enough disability car parks at the Hamilton Gardens. And Sarah and I went to the stadium quite a while ago now and put forward some suggestions and ideas for improvement, because we were hosting two stakeholders who were both in wheelchairs, and it was really heartbreaking to see how difficult it was for them to access the stadium and to get in and you know, be treated like everyone else. And I just don't think that it's just not good enough for a city of our size. So I'm expecting big things, really appreciate the drop-in session, but I'm going to be pushing and pushing and pushing this one, as I've done for several terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Strong comments. And noted. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. If Carmen and Tyler have a moment, I just sent through a picture, if it's possible, to put it up on the screen.
Ooh,
of
AV.
Possibly one of the worst bus stops I have seen in Hamilton to date. Possibly. I'm sure there are worse. And the reason I bring that up is you just might need to, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. So it looks like a bit of a home job.
Where is that?
Left over bitumen, plonked down.
You wouldn't see that on the east.
So, yes. Look, accessibility is only one part of this, but it is a critical part, and people are being excluded from participating in daily life because can be so difficult to get around, and it may just be a lack of a curb cut or a missing piece of footpath or a lack of a crossing. And one example, I did a small audit of Te Rapa Road the other day. There's over half a kilometre of missing footpath on one side, and even if you went along the service lane that whole way, you'd end up getting to a big giant curb that you couldn't get over or around without going onto the road. It's 20 minutes between two safest crossing points. So if I want to go to the doctors or the pharmacy or anything at Bryant Road, Sunshine Ave roundabout, I would have to go 10 minutes to cross the road to get back to the bus stop. So there are issues that we need to address, and I think that it's time that we really are aspirational, ambitious. The disability community have been asking us to do an audit of our transport network so that we can systematically work through these kinds of barriers, as just one example. So I would love to see through this action plan that we have targets, that we have some forward-looking actions that they may not be funded now, but can feed into our next long-term plan and our future planning. We have to do better, and I hope that this action plan will be the start of that.
Thank you, Sarah. And, yep, 35, you hold the record of being the most under time so far with speeches, so well done. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. 100% support Sarah. I mean, our jaws dropped when we saw that we just thought, you know, how could anybody get by on that pavement? However, what I would like to say is I'm very supportive of this work being done with a little bit more vigour, as Angela has suggested, because we are an ageing population. So as we do age as a community, these issues will become more and more critical. We're doing things all the time to improve places, and I would like to think that along with safety, which is a separate topic that Mark and I have been working on, along with safety, accessibility would also be factored in. So I'm assuming, and I want to just make it clear, that the new redevelopment of the transport centre that is just about to occur takes into consideration accessibility, that we work with all new developers to ask them at the very beginning of their ideas, such as Waikato Tainui with that amazing development they got over 30 years with Downtown Plaza and so on, to factor in much higher standards of accessibility than currently exist. Of course, we've said that to the regional theatre. My expectation is that will be best practice in accessibility. We've lost the Celebrating Age Centre, which the seniors did find very accessible because A, it was right by a flat bus stop, B, they had some parking underground, and a relatively flat piece of street that they could get in and safely do their activities. So when we decide what the next step is for a space for our seniors, we need to factor this in. But not just places for seniors or those with disabilities, because I believe that people should be integrated together. So as we refit new community facilities anywhere, libraries, new buildings that we have a role to play in, we should be making them to the highest standard. And so that means conversations with developers right now with higher density living. It does provide opportunity for affordability, but it also can block accessibility. You know, the more floors you've got to go up, you've got to have really good quality lifts, corridors, spaces, turning circles, all of that sort of stuff, good lighting. I'm hoping that we could be one of the best cities for that. And certainly in the new areas like Peacocks, there's no excuse but to do the very best practice.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And
under time,
Sarah beat you by 5 seconds, unfortunately. Councillor Dave.
Yeah, not to be outdone by Sarah, I have a photo coming up of... and if you look at that closely, that's about a 6-inch step that's got a very sharp up ramp that's been built into it by someone from our Infrastructure Alliance, just like the bus stop that Sarah had. I think it must be the same people. They've got a unit that goes round and doing that, perhaps. And that one has been alerted to council for a bit over a year now. Councillor Wilson will be pleased to know that I discovered that on my $1 million cycle ride the other day. We never would allow those situations to continue if a fault developed in one of our roads for cars. We just wouldn't. It might have some cones put around it, something temporary done, and within a couple of weeks at the most, it's going to be repaired and those sorts of things. It just doesn't happen like that with anything that vulnerable people use, such as footpaths especially, or other areas for people that aren't in cars. And I think that's what we've got to actually grapple with. We may have good policies, we might have fantastic policies, but the implementation is what follows is what determines whether the policies are coffee table books or actual action plans. And I'm not sure that we've got it right with action plans. And it's a cultural thing. That's the issue. You know, our culture is to make good with footpaths and curbs and bus stops and things like cycleways and things like that, but to have top quality roads, because otherwise we'll have lots of drivers complaining to us, you know, and we just haven't got that culture change yet to look at things in a different way and decide what our priorities are. So that's what I'm happy that we get plans done as soon as possible, but I'm much happier still if we get action plans arising out of them funded and enacted even sooner, even quicker than we currently do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. By 3 seconds, you hold the record. Well done. Look, Councillor Gallo.
I just totally endorsed 100% the previous speaker. Certainly commend Councillor O'Leary with her long work, and Dave as being long-time members of this council and their passion in this area. And you feel in part depressed as well, because there's been a heap of work done, a heap of positive stuff done. The bus stop issue is really interesting, because you have to say, and it's not for me to publicly criticise process, but how on earth can that sort of happen, you know, and there's the sort of common sense test there. So I guess in terms of all of our contractors and the way in which it's done, then obviously there's a lot of constructive, you know, training and ongoing there. But it's basically, as we all know, we judge our city by the ability of everyone to enjoy it, and certainly acknowledge the increasing ageing population in terms of, and the great work that Peggy Koopman Borden has done. But those photos and shots just remind us yet again there's still a heap of work to do. And, you know, that's a collective thing, so I'm not beating up on anyone, I'm just saying that for us collectively, there's a heap of work still to do. But certainly found that the previous elected member's presentation on the ball.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. And you are top of the pops for the shortest speech. Things I thought I'd never find myself saying. Fantastic. Thank you for that. I'll just very quickly wrap up. So from here, there's going to be a drop-in centre, which we are all invited to. So if you've talked today and you're passionate about this, we'd invite you to make the time to come along. It won't be a full briefing as such. It'll be a drop-in centre, drop-in session. Staff have been nodding away furiously, so they've got the message loud and clear that we're after some good definitive action and some good fruit that we can pick off some trees with this one. So, and I have complete confidence in the staff. We've got the best staff on board to do this, so I'm sure we'll get a great result with this plan, which will come out in August. So the Chair's report has been moved and seconded. Those in favour that it be received? Thank you. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you for your input. Great stuff. All right, moving on to the GM's report, item number 7. The floor is yours. Helen.
Kia ora koutou. So a number of update information items in my report this month, some of which will be coming back to you at a later stage, but just wanting to keep you updated on progress of some items. So firstly, just an update on the celebrating age. So we have engaged consultants to start working through those options. And just to let you know that we are in the process of wrapping that building, so you will see that happen over the next few weeks. And that's just to protect it through the wet weather. Further to this, at the 26th of March meeting, it was requested to bring back some information on the community occupancy policy. So there's a little bit of information in the GM report, but also that is a policy that's currently under review and will also be coming back to the August. Oh, not to the August meeting. There'll be a number of opportunities to be involved through briefings on that. A brief progress update on the City Investment Program. We're currently working through an expression of interest process for external representation to the Leadership Forum. We will be reporting back on that. And other actions that we're also progressing include developing an SLA with Momentum Waikato. We're undertaking recruitment for an investment manager with a focus on corporate sponsorship. That's an area that we're really wanting to do a lot more work on. And we've also got a number of funding applications in progress, and which we'll be reporting on as the outcomes of those become known. On Hamilton Zoo and Waiwhakariki, we've just got a piece in there around, we're working through a bit of a place name exercise to work along our established brands at Hamilton Zoo and Waiwhakariki. This is all part of building our visitor destination profile and establishing stronger connections across our activities. And then lastly, we were requested to commission a feasibility study for a predator-proof fence for Waiwhakariki. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get that done in time for that annual plan deliberations, but it has been completed. There are a number of options explored in the report, and the recommendation is for a predator-proof fence. There is a bit more work to be done around detailed design and costing and timeframes, so we'll keep you updated as we work through that process. I've got Lee and Jordan online if there's any questions around some of those matters relating to Waiwhakariki and Hamilton Zoo.
Thank you. Great. Okay. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks. Chair Mark. Yeah, just a question about that. The zoo, page 41.19. So the work that we're getting done is to establish whether or not it's worthwhile trying to find a name, is that right? And then, yeah, is that correct?
Yeah. Leanne, is Leanne online?
Leanne on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, I'm not sure how to turn my camera on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, we can hear you, Leanne, we just can't see you.
That's okay, I got a prompt. Here
gotcha.
I am. Hello everyone. Yes, Deputy Mayor Taylor, essentially this piece of work is about whether or not there's value, as we suspect there is, in having a geographical name to complement the existing brands. So, for example, and I'm completely making this, trying to think of the most innocuous placeholder name I can think of, but have you been out to Rotokauri Conservation Precinct lately? That's where Hamilton Zoo and Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park is, and the Hamilton Observatory and the Everyday Eatery.
Okay, thanks, Leanne.
So, from a, does that help?
Yeah, and so once that work's done, then it would come back, and then presumably we'd commission another study to actually come up with that name.
Absolutely.
How much is it costing to do this first one?
We've commissioned, as you know, I've got a very capable comms and marketing team, and I have qualifications and experience in this area as well. So what we've done a lot of the heavy lifting ourselves in terms of scoping, a small piece of work that we just wanted to test with a sector expert. So their piece of work was desktop research only. So it's less than $10,000 for the piece of work we're contracted, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, and that's in existing budgets, within existing budgets, Leanne?
Yes, it is. It's within our current Zoo Whakariki marketing budget.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just follow on just in a cheeky way and say, couldn't we just do that work ourselves? That was my thought. I mean, with respect, and, you know, I appreciate you trying to do the right thing, but, you know, 10 grand's 10 grand.
Yes. I'm sure you'd be very aware, Chair Bunting, that it's almost hard to put a value on a place or a brand name, and certainly it's something that's absolutely critical to get right. The team and I wanted to test some initial work we've done and a theory that we had, because as you know, saying Hamilton Zoo / Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park isn't overly catchy when we try and describe our new combined second premier destination. Hamilton Waikato Tourism is also about to release the region's first destination management plan. There's been quite a lot of work going on with the reconfiguration of Tourism New Zealand as they try and get ready for the borders and things opening. So what I really wanted was an independent sector expert view to make sure that the outcomes we thought we would achieve through a piece of work like this would be achieved. If they and you agree that this is something to be explored further, again, I'm confident that my team, in consultation with Central Comms, can do most of the heavy lifting on this.
Okay. Thanks, Leanne. I had to probe that. Sorry, I didn't want to embarrass you.
No, not at all. It's just important to start right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Dave.
Yeah, look, two questions, and I'm not sure who handles that, maybe two separate people. The Celebrating Age Centre issue of the building state, I have a concern not just about that building and how we got to this point, but also about other community buildings. And I preface that by saying, in my time on council, there's been at least 3 other major reports come to this committee and its forerunners about various major pieces of work that needed doing to the Celebrating Age Centre, but not once did we ever get the picture that we've now got. And the same thing, to be honest, happened with Founders Theatre too. We were getting proposals for this or that component upgrade. There was a lift on one occasion, it was a car park on another occasion, Celebrating Age Centre. I can't remember the third one, I think it was the cafe area or something like that. But we, you know, are we getting the full picture so we can head off what we've had happen with both of these buildings in recent times, or is there an exercise underway to make sure, even if it takes a couple of years, that next time we get a report on Te Rapa Sportsdrome, it's got the complete picture and it's got so that whatever we do next is going to last well 50 years into the future?
Yeah, probably the latter there, Dave. So we are still doing some catch up, and we ourselves are working really hard at the moment to try and get more of a picture on our facilities. There's a lot of work happening on that at the moment. Maria's looking like she wants to say
Yeah,
something?
just to confirm, there's some condition assessments underway. Staff have ranked the buildings based on the known issues. There's a few that we've had regular maintenance and repairs, and they're first off the taxi stand for those condition assessments so that we can provide you a fuller picture.
And is that some sort of independent sort of review going on in there? Look, I'm not
Yes.
opposed to staff doing the work, but, you know, like structural, earthquake risk engineers, things like that, all involved in that sort of thing?
Absolutely. So independent specialist companies carrying out the works as per a scope that we've provided, yes.
Right. Great, thanks. Look, thanks for that. I just want to raise that point. The other one was in relation to the community occupancy policy issue over there, and I certainly take the points that are raised in section 12 about the difficulty. You can't sort of treat them like a commercial lease, which I totally agree with. I'm wondering still whether our figures are too rigid, and whether you're looking at this, for instance, looking at the total revenue of $2 million. Now, one of the things that's happening with community centres is that we're expecting in order for them to get a building that's fit for purpose and big enough to future-proof them, that to have commercial or semi-commercial leases, sometimes, you know, things like cafes in there and that, and if you're looking at the revenue, you're going to be way north of that, but in reality, perhaps they should still be qualifying for the full 87%, so I'm not sure whether we're going to be flexible enough, or whether certainly it's an option coming forward, if you get what I mean. The other thing is that, which you've half-pie covered, with the fast-changing nature of groups' income and whether they get contracts from government departments and things like that, you know, it may not make them a rich group. It might make them have their head above water for 6 months or 18 months or something, but then they're back to the previous. So I'm just wondering whether we're treating that difference between the 50% and the 87% could be make or break for some groups.
Very good point.
Yeah, to whether we need to be quite flexible, very flexible in how we handle that.
Yeah, so we'll take note of both of those two things, and we'll make sure we'll include them in the scope, Dave. So it's still in the early stages yet, but we'll include them in the scope and make sure we workshop them with you when we come to that point.
Thanks, Helen.
Really good point you raised, Dave, because I was going to ask about the government funding there as well, thinking of some of them who are getting the childcare that they don't.
Changes, you know, that whole program may die.
Yeah, that's right. No, great. Good questions. Thanks, Dave. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Helen, I just had a few questions around Waiwhakariki and the predator-proof fence. So I haven't seen the report yet, so I was just interested in a few things, such as where the likely cost range is for the fence, and also what the other options were that were considered, and why it was seen that, you know, the fence was the preferred option.
Sure, I'll let Leanne answer that.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, Leanne, I know you're
No,
got a cold.
I know, it's fine. Hopefully my voice won't give out on me. Can I just check in with my general manager around your question around cost range? The reason we haven't shared that figure at the moment, obviously, is because at some point in time, until a briefing, there's going to need to be a procurement process. So there's some.
Yeah, we have got, so I will just say, we have got a cost estimate, but it is an estimate at this stage, so I'm always, you know, but it is around 2.5, which actually came in a lot lower, but it could be, once we go through the QS and some detailed design, it could come in a bit higher than that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Helen. So, actually, just in terms of the cost range, the report indicated that it's a relatively easy build. So whilst there's still QSs to do, there was a level of confidence around the cost range given based on current prices, obviously. The other options that the report explores are pest tracker, some form of manual pest controls, also leaky fences, as well as whether a predator exclusion fence should be around the entire boundary of Waiwhakariki, or whether it should just be around elements or parts of it. The brief, which we also had checked by an expert panel before it went out for expressions of interest, and we selected a contractor, was very clear about the outcomes that were needing to be achieved here. And they covered a range of perspectives, including obviously the outcomes of Waiwhakariki itself in terms of the regeneration of the fauna and flora. The ability to reintroduce fauna, as well as there to be a visitor experience and the opportunity for us to be able to maintain the site as staff. In considering all various perspectives, the report recommends a predator exclusion fence around the full boundary of Waiwhakariki.
That's plenty, Leanne. Stop, Leanne, because I think there might be more questions.
Yeah. So, basically, there are lots of, or we did look at all the pros and cons, and we've only recently received the report, but obviously when we workshop it with you, we will also run through all those options, just so that you're comfortable with the final recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, I had other questions, but I feel like I won't make you speak.
I am Councillor Sarah, so I'm happy to answer any more questions.
If you can do it by a nod or a head shake, that'll be great.
Okay, only one more. It was just did it look at any specific wildlife, Indigenous wildlife that the area would be able to support given the size and everything else?
Yes, and that's a really key point because by definition, a predator-proof exclusion fence keeps things out, but also keeps things in. So making sure that the habitat that's fenced is right for the types of species and that we can manage populations, things like that's really important. So yes, it did look at that. It also looked at what the site would mean for the network of ecological restoration sites around. So the positioning of Waiwhakariki creates almost a way station that allows for the spread of both fauna, but also importantly seeds from Waiwhakariki being a pollination site, if you like. So there are a lot of advantages to the broader ecosystem, not just for Waiwhakariki itself.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Please stop, Sarah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
No, I'm sure there'll be plenty more times. So just, I'll just jump in here very quickly, Paula. Yep, I'll just jump in here quickly. So the timeline of this, we're expecting the report to come to us and we're expecting this at annual plan or LTP time? Yes, and I'm the chair. Yeah. Leanne, Helen? From here, because I just...
Yes, not for this annual plan, because we think there's a bit more work to do, but definitely for the next one. We also think it is a project that will attract some funding, so we're not expecting it to be fully funded by council.
Right. Are there any more questions of the board? Anyone? Just teasing. Paula.
Oh, me. Thanks, Mark.
Sorry, Paul.
No, it's all right. Just in terms of the community occupancy update, I'm interested in that, the piece of work, that bigger piece of work that you're doing. Can you remind us of the timeline and the scope of that to audit what we have in the way of community occupancies? And then I'll ask another question. You know how we're looking at all the suite of community facilities?
There's two pieces of work happening. So there's the community occupancy policy review, which is about the rentals, etc.
Yep.
And then there's the auditing that we're doing of the actual buildings and condition assessments. Okay.
So you know how we're doing a wider piece of work around what have we got, who's using it, how well is it used, what's the condition of it, all of that broad stuff for the community, so we've got a good understanding of what's available when, because I do see these things as sitting together. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yes, so I guess the more urgent piece of work is happening around the CBD community facility, so we'll do that piece of work in that location and then take a wider view for the next LTP.
Okay, I won't be here for debate, but I might have to talk offline with you about that. Was one other question, sorry. In terms of the predator-proof fence study, at the moment, where we're at with that is just seeing if the idea stacks up. There would be, presumably then, there would be a lot of conversation about how Wellington did theirs, Maungatautari Sanctuary Island. Pest management, you mentioned that, so there would have to be pest drops of some kind of toxin or trapping or something, right? So that comes into it. Does that get brought into the business case? How much it will cost? What will it make? Continuing.
Yep. So a lot of that's in the report that we've got, but we do want to workshop that with councillors as well.
So there's quite a lot of water to flow under the bridge.
Yes.
Yet for this one. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Cool. Very exciting. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. My question is on the Waiwhakariki fence feasibility study. Just trying to get my head around what was the catalyst, what was the seed for this series of work that you've now undertaken to get some quotes and a proposal?
I can have a go if you like. From what I can understand, I'll have a go, Ewan, and I'll get staff to follow up. We resolved to bring money that we had in a future LTP ahead to do the feasibility study sooner rather than later. There was an initiation from Councillor Sarah, and we resolved to do that body of work earlier, I think, but I'm not sure how accurate I am with dates, so I wouldn't want to punt.
So it was a request from council?
Yeah, it was a resolution.
It was a resolution? Yeah, sorry, that was before my...
So you're saying that, in fact, we had already put some funds in the LTP for the idea of a predator fence?
For a feasibility study, I think, was all we've put in. Is that right?
So just to clarify, there was funding in the long-term plan for just the feasibility study, and that was brought forward from year 4 through a finance committee meeting, and that was in response to interest from external funding to where we, in order for them to be able to look at externally funding this, we needed to know it was viable first. Yep.
Right.
And that it was the right option to undertake.
So further to that, obviously that other potential funder is still waiting for us to finalise and digest the report. They're still on the hook, are they? They're interested in providing all the funding?
Sorry, the potential funder, sorry?
Yeah. Councillor Sarah just said there was a...
to bring in community funding, and as far as I'm aware, that interest is still there. We haven't heard anything to the contrary as of yet. Yeah.
But there was no expectation or suggestion, am I correct, in that this being something that council would fund?
That was basically just, there was no commitment. There's been no commitment of any way, either way, in terms of council funding at this stage. So it was just the feasibility study.
So that would be because in order to do the funding plan, we'd need to know what the option is on the, what it is that we're funding. So otherwise we'd be doing a funding plan for multiple options. So the point of the feasibility study is to explore the options. This is the recommendation, and then we'll put together a funding plan.
Thanks, Helen. But my question is, was it staff who came up having had a scientific conclusion that this was something we wanted to do and that we needed to put it in our LTP, or is it just that a group of community people had expressed some interest in funding and suddenly we brought forward this funding to do the study?
From recollection, so the conversations around pest control at Waiwhakariki have been a matter of concern, or something that we need to resolve. It's an important part of making sure that the plants grow successfully and it serves the purpose that it's meant for. So we've always known that it's something that we'd need to look at. During the LTP deliberations, predator-proof fence was something that was one of the options that was discussed, and the decision that got made was to fund the feasibility of that. Is that the best option for Waiwhakariki and pest control? That's the work that we've undertaken now. The next, which is the feasibility study, and we've got a recommendation from that. We'll workshop those options and recommendations with councillors, and we'll work through a funding plan proposal. Yeah.
So when I look at page 42, and it seems to be a standard thing we have in all of our reports, it says at the top, financial considerations, and it says that there are no financial considerations required for the decision required in this report. But in fact, it should say, but potentially financial consequences could stem from this work process. So are you happy as GM that this report and the conclusion under financial considerations is an accurate representation of actually what's going on here?
I take your point. The reason that exists is because I wasn't asking for a financial decision today, but you do raise a good point, and in future I'll make sure that I outline the implications.
Because it's systemic. It seems to be just about in multiple proposals that come through that initially say there's no financial ramifications, we're doing this work, but by gosh, they all have financial ramifications eventually.
Yes.
So, so I guess finally, so you're now saying going forward that you would change that sort of...
I'm happy to write that, you know, what has funding implications for future. I can absolutely do that. Yep, that's no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to risk becoming unpopular with my team and ask a question about, again, the Zoo Waiwhakariki work, which is just niggling me just a little bit. And possibly Leanne, what would be the implications if we resolved to not employ consultants to decide whether or not we would need a name for that precinct?
I'm happy to take this question. So Mark, within my operational responsibilities in terms of testing the way forward, I have engaged Harworth to do the desktop research that I talked about.
Right.
That commitment is now complete.
Okay.
Whether or not we do anything else, we will entirely take the direction of elected members.
Yeah,
when we
okay.
have the briefing. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, bit too late to say. That's okay. All right, thank you. That's as far as I'll push that one. Thank you. All right, are there no more questions? If there are no more questions, I will move that we receive the GM's report. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Second, that's the only recommendation there is, isn't it? With that, there's no actions. Great. Okay. Any debate on that? Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, look, I just want to support the General Manager's report today, and I actually want to lend my awhi and tōtoko it. And I was looking up awhi to check whether it meant support, but it also means to care, nurture, embrace, and cherish. And I want to cherish this, and I'll tell you why. The Celebrating Age Centre stuff makes total sense. We're looking at an opportunity to do something fit for purpose for a wider community need, and we heard from a lady this morning how important that is. And of course the endowment land opportunity that sits underneath it as well. So that's really exciting. The community occupancy policy is being reviewed. We did review it 3 years ago, and at the time I actually think the policy we landed on was a bit fancy pants, but that'll go through its process and be reviewed again, so we'll see where that goes. The city investment program I'm really excited about. This was something I was really passionate about, external funding and that interface, that linkage, that brokering between the philanthropic
yeah,
and private and public, and that interface, and not always having to fund it, but partner with those in the community that want to fund it and get buy-in and sponsorship and investment. And finally, I think the layout, the process that's been built up by Helen and her team, Lance, Steve Bramley, is fantastic and is setting a foundation for some really, really exciting opportunities going forward, which flows into things like Waiwhakariki fence feasibility and doing more exciting opportunities like that, which not only tick a box from an environmental point of view, but from an economic point of view, when we start really elevating that zoo offering, the natural heritage offering. And that also speaks to the, Leanne's point around a brand and a name and an identity. That's something that Hamilton has done really poorly in the past. And one thing I always remember really well is Wellington, absolutely positively. I had a T-shirt when I was 8 or 9 years old, and that was good branding, and good branding lasts the test of time. So regardless of, you made some good points, Chair, around cost and resourcing that, but regardless of that issue, I think there is a real opportunity to highlight that precinct. It's been an unloved precinct. I think it's one of the largest zoos in the Southern Hemisphere. Who knows? No one. So I welcome and totally endorse support to Toko and Awhi this General Manager's report. Thank you.
Thank you for your language in there too, not only Awhi and Tautoku, but fancy pants. That was really nice to see that in the speech. Good. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I also support looking at a name for the Waiwhakariki Hamilton Zoo precinct. I think thinking of the economic impacts of that, the other day we were at the MFAT dinner where we had people from all over the world there, and I had people ask, oh, what else is there to do other than the Hamilton Gardens? And I want to be able to say with huge pride, visit whatever we call it, the Rotakoti Conservation Centre, whatever it is. And we will be able to do that because we've got renewals budgeted in the long-term plan for the zoo. So it's going to start looking a lot less tired and a lot more modern. We've got a new enclosure plan, we've got accommodation planned, and then along with Waiwhakariki, which is now over halfway planted and could potentially have a fence in the future, which supports our native wildlife. What an amazing place to send people to, and what a great reason to stay in Hamilton for another night. So absolutely, we should be investing in this because we want people to visit our city, and we want to be able to offer more than just the Hamilton Gardens or just the museum. So absolutely support that. In terms of the fence, I'm really excited to hear that it is viable. And because there are a lot of things to consider, we have to get it right. We don't want to put in a fence and then the area doesn't necessarily support the native wildlife that we want to flourish in that area. So to hear that through an independent study, it has come through as something that is the right thing to do is really exciting. The other day at the Arbor Day at Waiwhakariki, we had around 350 people turn up despite torrential rain that morning, all in their raincoats, all with spades, all ready to pitch in, and around 16,000 plants were put into the soil that week. That is testament to how many people are committed to Waiwhakariki, and also it's testament to the fact that this is a community-led restoration project that many people's hands have touched, and so I have absolute confidence that when it comes to looking for funding for this fence, people will be there to contribute, and as a community we'll be able to make it happen.
Thank you, Sarah. I have Councillor Angela, then Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Gallagher. So, Councillor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I 100% support what Councillor Thompson has said, in particular around the zoo in Waiwhakariki. It's certainly my very high expectation that a name for the precinct is developed. Not a tagline under Hamilton Zoo and a tagline under Waiwhakariki. It was always sold to mean, it was always the intention, gosh, many years ago when I worked on the zoo master plan, that a beautiful and meaningful Te Reo name for the park, for the precinct would be developed. And I think way back then, there may have even been, or actually not that far back, there may have been a name suggested, and I remember seeing the graphics, and it was beautiful. Zoos, no matter how you package it up, zoos conjure up in someone's mind concrete cages, and if you're lucky and it's feeding time, you might spot some animals. It's not, a zoo is not a premium destination. A zoo is something that people visit, I don't know, every few years just to fill in half of a day. This precinct with the animals and the park needs to be special and is deserving of a name. So I'm not going to support anything that still has Hamilton Zoo on it. I want to see us be innovative. It's such an amazing place there with so much rich history. I want us to acknowledge that this is going to be a premium destination, and anything less than naming it appropriately won't get my support. Thank you.
She said, with an open mind, of course. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. First of all, I want to state that I agree with 75% of what Councillor Ryan said. And lately, that's actually a really good start, because frequently we're nowhere near. Where I slightly disagree with him is on the issue of the zoo destination identity and the fence, and let me tell you why. I've spent quite a lot of time in marketing, spent some time studying marketing, and actually spent quite a lot of time actually as a practitioner. And to create a destination identity shouldn't cost $10,000. And I think the average person out there would say we're spending $10,000 to come up with a name to describe an area of the city that combines a zoo and Waiwhakariki. I would have thought that didn't require a $10,000 rate payer spend. And let's just be very careful when we use the word invest, because people have said we're investing in this. Actually, it's better to say we're borrowing money, because we can't wash our face. We borrow money to turn on the lights. We borrow money to fund most of our projects. And we're having to borrow money to do a marketing study to come up with a destination identity. I don't believe that's in the best interest of our ratepayers. And I believe we have a very well-resourced comms team here, and set them aside over an afternoon tea and they would come up with some good options. In regards to the feasibility study for the fence, I think one of the things that I'm unhappy about currently, and it's been going on for quite a while, is the incremental creep of how reports and policies evolve. And initially it's, we're just going to have a quick look, there's no financial ramifications, we're now getting slightly more in depth, we're going to get more information, and before we know it, we get hit with a significant spend. And I see this as another one coming down the pipeline, a potential requirement to fund $2.4 million for a predator fence. What I would like to have seen is more concrete information from all the parties that would be involved in this, and that there would be very clear understanding that there's an expectation that council isn't the key or the major funder. So I will watch this with interest, and I will look with a great deal of interest to hear from all these people who are lining up to want to contribute to the fence, because I think that would be wonderful when I see it. And I'm sure Councillor Thompson will lead this and be the one who is the flag bearer in getting those funds.
Consider the challenge laid. Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Councillor Martin.
My contribution will be clearly as you expect. In a sense, I want to do a big shout out to Leanne Jordan and Helen Puck and the team. I'm incredibly excited by the direction of travel. I certainly acknowledge the previous speaker's contribution and his concerns. To the best of my knowledge, Hamilton Gardens certainly did major work in terms of its marketing and its strategy, which obviously cost the city. I want to say about the Waiwhakariki Zoo precinct, this is your equivalent, I think, potentially of another Hamilton Gardens moment that an early council addressed. I wasn't around when, of course, as we well know, the Hamilton Gardens was the city tip, and of course there was vision and there was a lot of work. I was around when a ratepayer residents group I was leading was celebrating council's purchase of the Hilldale Game Park. And I was certainly around as an MP when we went with Chris Carter as the Minister of Conservation to plant some trees and acknowledge in the early 2000s the Whaiwhakariki Reserve and Dream. And I also was alive when, of course, Mike Minogue, an amazing mayor, Dennis Rogers, Jimmy Baird and that council land banked this area of Whaiwhakariki. So there's a bit of historical context. And then I want to play into Councillor Ryan's amazing, excellent let's do this contribution, because this is about vision. And I just want to say to you yet again, imagine if the Dennis Rogers, Mike Minogue Council had not had a vision to purchase the land in the first place, and also imagine if another council hadn't had the vision to start the journey on Hamilton Gardens. Now, Hamilton Gardens is an interesting one because it's not solely ratepayer. It's a partnership. It is a partnership, obviously, and it now has had significant personal and corporate sponsorship. And we saw that the other day when we went to the opening of the Egyptian Gardens. Thank you very much. A list of those wonderful heroes who have made a financial contribution. And that is also possible and is happening in terms of the Zoo Whaiwhakariki precinct. I also want to acknowledge already we have such an amazing partnership with Professor Bruce Clarkson in that area, and thank him for his input with regard to the potential predator-proof fence. Of course, there's going to be some funding issues, but I just want to say this is another Hamilton Gardens moment. The Hamilton Gardens was started when we were about 45,000. We're now going to 200, 300,000. So I realise cost issues, but let's not lose the vision.
Thank you, Martin. Look, I'll just very quickly wrap up and say a huge word to staff. I think it's pretty obvious that everybody is in support of the zoo in Waiwhakariki. It's absolutely fine. As governors, point 22 stands out a little bit. Because we are aware that there have been names already tossed around, and we booted it into touch ourselves and made it difficult for staff to come up with a name because it was frightening. So they go to a consultant to see if it's a good idea to have a name, and it costs us 10 grand. So we've got some skin in that game. Okay, so that's all that is. Whether we spend 10K to decide on whether or not we actually need a name, to me stands out a little bit as a governor. That's the only point I'm making there. But I don't think anyone would doubt my support or anyone around here's support for what we're doing up there with Zoo Waiwhakariki, turning it into a precinct. I think it's an absolutely fantastic idea. So you've obviously got the table's full support with that. Interesting, Councillor Angela raised a really good point about the zoo name and what zoo means to people. And I brought that up with Baird Fleming, who I rate highly, and said, I don't like the name zoo. I think zoos conjure up pretty much your words, Angela, actually. It was concrete blocks and unhappy animals and tea party chimps. And he said, just keep an open mind on that, because with his experience of zoos around the world, the meaning of the word zoo is meaning different things to people now as he goes. So let's not rule it out completely. And I have full confidence that our zoo can actually change the perception of what zoos are around the country if we do this right anyway. So let's not quite rule it out completely. There is another way of thinking on that one. So I'm open to it. So I'm really looking forward to the process of coming up with a name for the precinct, which I think is going to be absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Helen, for your report. I agree with what Ryan said. You're doing a fabulous job in the chair and the seat there. So without further ado, we'll move. It's been moved and seconded. So shall we take a vote on the receiving of the report? Anyone against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a break till 11:15. 15-minute break, long enough for people? Yep, great. It's a bit that way, isn't it? Thanks, Ollie.
Oh, here's Sarah.
Oh, yeah, cool. Great. All right. To the Park Naming and Classification Report, Dan. Thank you. This is item number 8. Now, bear in mind, this isn't the street naming and park naming policy that's coming up next. There are 10 reserves that we need to see the names of, basically. So would you like to go ahead, Dan?
Kia ora koutou, my name is Dan Blocker and I am a Senior Parks Planner in the Community Group. And as part of this report we are seeking a decision on a few park names and some park classifications as well. So in terms of the proposed names, these have been obtained following the process set out under the Naming of Roads, Open Spaces and Council Facilities policy, both current and proposed. The majority of the names proposed are just an extension of an existing reserve, so most of these are gully or riverside reserves. So it's literally just moving that name onto the new piece of land. But then we also have 2 new names proposed. So the first one being Whakapakari Park, and this is for a future sport park in Rotokauri. And the second park is Tunakai Park, which is a small pocket park in Rototuna. So both names were provided by Fork and represent the Māori history of those locations. In terms of the proposed reserve classifications, this is a legal requirement under the Reserves Act when new land comes into council ownership for reserve purposes. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Dan, I'll just quickly leap in. I noticed that 9 out of the 10 of these names are Te Reo names, which, I don't think anyone would have any complaint about. But I'm just aware that in our next item, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask, whether it's Grant or Helen, in the next item, the reason we are looking at this is because we didn't have appropriate consultation with Mana Whenua. Are you still confident that there's a problem that we need to solve with this decision in front of us, with 9 out of 10 Te Reo names? I'm not sure who to ask. Maybe Grant would be the one to ask. Yeah.
The policy in the next item covers, so the item that Dan's bringing you today is just around parks, which we require a council decision because it comes under the Reserves Management Act.
Yep.
The Reserves Act, sorry. And the next item is dealing with parks, street naming, and something else.
Council facilities.
Council facilities, so it's a broader policy, and the same process. It can be different for both of those things.
Okay, so Grant, sorry, the question I was asking earlier on, as the author of the next report, is that we've got 9 out of 10 Te Reo names, which is fine. And the conversation we had at the very beginning of the street name parks and open places policy was, what problem are we trying to solve by the work we're doing in that? And one of the answers we got was that we're not getting adequate representation or communication with Mana Whenua. With this immediately beforehand, are you still sure we've got a problem that we need to solve?
Yes, in relation to roads.
Great. Okay, cool. Thank you. Councillor Dave.
Yes, so I was just going to touch on the same subject. Ironically, I noted the comment at the start about the Māori place names so I'm looking through there and I'm wondering which iwi leader or chief caused number 10 to be named. Did that go through the same consultation, or was that Helen's thing? I better give Bill a name here, otherwise I'll get in trouble.
I think that's one of the extension ones.
It's an extension to the existing,
answer.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it might be that gets a new name kind of in the future, and at this point, that piece of, I guess, that Riverside Reserve isn't complete. So having talked to Mana Whenua, their view was that they didn't really want to provide any new names until we've got the full kind of Riverside Reserve up in that northern part of the city.
So why would we change that little bit now if there may be a future alternative name coming forward?
The way I see it is it's kind of just a continuation of what's there now. It's not, I don't think it's
But if you look at the strip, sorry to interrupt, I just looked at the map and it's a whole strip going all the way along the riverbank. And that might be a useful part of the new strip, just as much as of the existing Featherston Park. It's no big deal, but I just wondered, because it's sort of between the two parts, whether you needed to change it, and that one now.
Yeah, so there is an option that we just don't provide a name at all at this point.
Yeah.
And then we look at providing a name later on.
But if you did consult Thorpe, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough question.
I'm easy.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, big pardon, no, gone. Maungai Te Pora.
Thanks, Chair. Can you just describe on page 44, number 6, talk about either recommended or supported by Te Hao, Te Whenua or Kirikiri Roa and Waikato Tainui, or Te Ngāwha Whakatipu Ake. What's the or bit?
I can explain that. So these reserves have been around for a little while, and they haven't actually got through this process with council in terms of approving the names.
Yeah.
So I guess in that 3 years, the way that we consult with mana whenua has changed.
Okay.
So Thorpe beforehand, then we had Te Ngāwha Whakatipu Ake, and now again it's different again at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sarah.
I was just a little perplexed by Tauhara Park, and it was just the little section on the map which we're naming appears to be across like a swimming pool, or so sorry, that's page
56.
Page 56, or yeah.
It's across a swimming pool. That's a good point.
Halfway across.
So does that mean someone's swimming pool is in the wrong place, or is their name in the wrong place?
Yeah, so there was a swimming pool there, and that site is being subdivided. So as part of it, they're splitting the lot up, and they'll be removing the pool.
Cool. Thank you.
You're thinking we're going to an extra public pool there?
Unless we want the pool in there.
Just the other, and just the other question around Tauhara Park is there, I guess, like, it might be hard for people to differentiate because you've got Tauhara right, in Cullen Bray area, isn't it, where you've got a playground and things, and you've got the gully here.
Yeah, so Tauhara Park, I guess, is a gully as well as an actual park. So I guess that is slightly awkward, but at the moment, that's just how it...
It's just continuous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, look, I'll move. Do we have a seconder for that? Maungai Te Pora. I have no debate. There's 20 wee pieces of land, and they seem pretty common sense to me. So thank you, Dan. Any other debate around it? No. Okay, all those in favour? And Rob, you're voting on that one? Or? No. Okay, cool. Anyone against? Councillor Ewan? Okay.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson is dissenting.
Good. Thanks, Tom. All right, we move on to the item 9. Grant, how nice to see you again. So, this is the deliberations of the review of naming of roads, open places and street names. Now, it's been through a couple of briefings. It's been through this meeting. We deferred it to council. Council deferred it back again. Comedy suggests that maybe we should defer it just because I can see Grant's face, but I think we should finally make a decision on it. We can take the report as well and truly read, but Grant, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kia ora tātou. Just for clarity, we've got Sandra Murray, who's online on Teams or on Zoom, who is the principal architect and author of this particular report. Thank you, Chair Mark. So I'll take the report as read. Just noting one or two changes to the recommendations. One of the changes that we are seeking is removing the mandatory requirement for developers to seek or to adopt one of or more names from mana whenua. So we've removed that requirement. That's based on feedback and feedback from a briefing that we've had previously. So that's now removed. There still is a positive obligation on developers to reflect the results of the engagement with mana whenua, but they've removed the mandatory requirement for that. And the second change is also just in terms of the recommendation. There was previously a recommendation around sort of a co-design type process with mana whenua and developers. That recommendation has also been removed, again, based on feedback from the elected member briefing.
Okay, so is everybody clear on that? Are there questions of Grant?
Sorry. All of those changes are now reflected in the final attachment too?
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
Any questions, Councillor Ewan? Cool. All right, Deputy Mayor, I see your light's on. I'm not sure. If
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to find the right page. Sorry.
Should we go with Te Pora first?
Oh, please, yeah.
Okay, Maunga Te Pora.
Sorry, I might not have heard you right. Can you just repeat what you were talking about, the co-design grant?
So there was a recommendation from, as I understand, from the Hearings and Engagement Committee. There was a recommendation that came through to the Community Committee for some sort of co-design process or some investigations or feasibility around a co-design process. That then obviously went through to the Community Committee and full council as well, but we've had an elected member briefing as a result previous, and that has now come out.
And what was the intent of the co-design?
I understand it was more around, it was probably a continuation of the blueprint, so it was around looking at a potentially a alternative process for the naming of roads, and it would have been a co-design process with iwi and developers and others and council. It was more of a feasibility of whether that's an option.
Okay, and did the, sorry, just recalling the information, that occurred before or after the last JMA meeting?
I'm not sure. I can't answer
The most recent JMA was last week, I think.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Might have been the one before. Thanks.
So the briefing that I refer to would have been probably possibly 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Possibly more.
This has been kicked around.
I am losing a little bit of track in terms of time.
Yeah, understandably.
Thank you.
Thank you, Te Pora. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Grant, page 61, change C.
Yep.
Which is part of the new policy that we're proposing, isn't it?
That's correct.
So I get that we are removing the mandatory bit about one of the names must be a Māori name. I'm just wondering how this would work in terms of you need to have a copy of the response provided to the applicant by Manawa Whenua with the application.
Yep.
So I'm just sort of wondering whether there's any kind of pitfalls with that.
So that's a copy of the response provided to council. So effectively that's an information requirement. So when an applicant puts in an application, they've obviously they've got a duty to engage with Manawa Whenua, so they've done that, and all we're seeking there is just the results of that engagement or a record of that as part of the application.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't we expect them? We expect them to engage anyway, don't we? Do we really need proof of a letter to say it all went well?
Yeah, I think we do. I think that the existing policy is just, it's part of the application to show that this is the results of the engagement with Manawa Whenua. It's quite consistent. I think what it's saying here is if you're investing time in a partnership approach or an engagement with Manawa Whenua, you would like to see what the outcomes of that engagement look like. And here is the process you followed, or here is the results, or here is what Manawa Whenua had to say. I think that's a good process for engagement.
So what if they don't agree at the end of the day and they can't get the letter because there's some disagreement?
So it's not a letter. All it's saying is from the applicant. So a developer would say, I've engaged with Manawa Whenua, or I engaged with X person or X parties or X iwi or thork or whatever it might be. All it's doing is it's a record of the fact that that engagement had occurred. So there's nothing there to say from an iwi perspective they have to agree. All it's saying is that this did take place and the results of that are demonstrated here.
Okay, so where it says a copy of the response provided to the applicant by Manawa Whenua must be included in the application.
Yeah, so for example, it could be...
So that just shows that there was discussion.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And what did Manawa Whenua have to say?
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Thanks, Grant. Just help me just fully understand the developer having engaged with Manawa Whenua. Is there an exchange of fee? Is there a cost for engaging Manawa Whenua?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
No.
So potentially there is a fee, or
No, I don't think there is a fee. So there's no fee stipulated in here. There's from, the developer is required to consult with mana whenua.
Right.
There's no fee associated with this policy that stipulates that there will be a cost or a change of money to do so.
So we've checked that none of the iwi or the hapu charge for their involvement.
Well, my understanding is, I can defer that to Muna maybe, I understand that's not the case. I'm only going in terms of what the policy is. The policy doesn't require a change of money.
But it requires, do you understand the reasoning for my question?
I do understand the question, yes, for sure.
We're about to pass a resolution that requires, forces a developer to engage with mana whenua.
Yep.
And I'm just wanting to make sure that having made that requirement, what financial obligation have we then placed upon the developer? And so are you telling me that none of the...
To the best of my knowledge, I do not know the arrangements that a developer and a mana whenua might have.
Do you feel it would be important that we do know, since we're making it a requirement to engage?
Just to be clear, the requirement to consult or engage isn't changing. So current policy still requires an engagement with mana whenua. So that's not actually that policy is not changing. Right. The length of time is changing.
Sure, but what is changing is a requirement that mana whenua writes back to the developer, because we're requiring...
So that equally isn't a change either.
Right.
So that's an existing policy that they still have to provide results of engagement, so that's existing as well.
Okay. But that still doesn't replace it doesn't negate my question. Are we 100% sure that there is no financial fee for that provision of service?
What I would say, I'm not 100% sure, because that's a conversation between a developer and mana whenua. My understanding is there is no obligation on them to be paying for that. But what I would say here is that if there's a service provided in terms of time that goes with providing professional advice or cultural advice or heritage advice, that might come at a cost. And I think that's no different to any engagement of professional services in other contexts as well. But going to your question, Councillor Ewan, I'm not aware of any costs that take place.
Right. But surely the developer would have met his or her or the entity's legal obligation under the Resource Management Act and all the legislation that comes with it as getting planning consent and approval. So isn't this one step further, aren't we, if in fact there is a potential cost?
Well, two different processes. There's no necessarily, particularly in regards to subdivision, there may not be any engagement with mana whenua or other parties as going through the consenting process. In fact, most of the time there isn't. So they're two completely separate processes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Vaniston.
Thanks, Grant. It's been some time since I've been across it as well. So from you, just a reminder about the response that we've received either through the formal processes or perhaps other conversations outside of that with regard to developers and their specific response or objection, and perhaps also my recollection whether there was no response from the Property Council itself to this change.
Yeah. So I might defer to Sandra just to talk about the consultation process and specifically the latter part of your question around the Property Council. Sandra?
Good morning. Yes, we contacted the Property Council and they said that this was not something that concerned them or that they wished to have any comment on. And we also contacted 5 of the most frequent, sort of frequently contacted developers, the developers that we have most contact with, and asked them if they had any concerns. Only one had concerns and they were, there was a relatively minor concern. So we didn't receive much feedback from developers or the Property Council on this.
So just confirming that was prior to the community engagement that obviously took place. Maybe I could just make a point. So my catch up with developers a lot, I speak to them a lot. I've raised this in terms of as a proposed change to this naming of proposal, none of which have had what I would say is an allergic reaction to any of this. In fact, they've just said, look, that's fine, I just need to understand it. The biggest change for developers is, from feedback from them, is that they just have to start the process a little bit earlier. So rather than constraining at the back end of a process where they're trying to get titles, they just have to move the process forward in their planning. And that's probably the bit that they just went, okay, cool, that was great feedback. And so none of them have had a particular allergic reaction to this. They understand the reasons for it.
And Grant, they were largely in support of that additional time?
Yeah, look, like I said, they're fine with it. They just wanted to be very clear that they would have to start the process earlier. That's all. And that's the feedback I've got.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Max. Mangai Te Pora.
Just a point of order.
Sure.
I'm just a little concerned of facts being raised in the chamber by the respected staff member. I'm just referring to page 61. And in fact, the report says, because his analysis was that there was no real concern by developers.
So your point of order is around accuracy?
Yeah, and so it is, in fact, unless the report's wrong. Number 7, of the individuals that responded to the survey, 54% indicated their preference to keep the policy as it is now, and that's as in the historical.
Okay, thank you for that point. Can I get some clarity on that?
That's a fair point. So in terms of the report was correct in terms of the engagement on the policy. My comment was just a comment that I've had since this, and just my conversations that I have on a fortnightly, monthly basis with developers, and we've just had a conversation. So all I'm just providing some further feedback for consideration.
Which is different to the survey.
Yes, correct.
And the survey clearly says 54% preferred, which is over a majority.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your point. Where were we? Councillor, beg your pardon, Mangai Te Pora, but premature.
Part around change C. I want to ask about koha and if we have a policy for koha.
I'm not aware of a policy for koha.
Am I able to ask Mina to answer the question?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we have a policy for koha and what that means?
Could you come up, Mona, for the microphone, please? Great jacket too, by the way. Nice jacket. It's like Sarah's.
Kia ora, councillors. My understanding is we do have a policy that includes koha. It's part of our financial delegations policy. So not a standalone policy for koha. No.
Not a standalone policy for koha. Thank you.
Thank you, Te Pora. Should that come up as an issue, Grant, the points that Councillor Ewan was raising, the developers are suddenly getting charged for this. What are our avenues? What can we do as a council? We can bring this back at any time, can't we? But what are our avenues to...
Well, I think the policy itself is silent on costs in regards to payment of things. I mean, that would be something the council can consider. But again, I suppose my only broader point would be that if you are engaging in the same way as a developer would be engaging in terms of getting survey plans done, all of these sorts of things comes at some potential cost. One way you could look at it would be that the information that you provided in terms of cultural advice or cultural recommendations may come at some cost because they're the ones that hold that information and hold that.
Yeah, but so they're doing this engagement because we've asked them to, so that's where the cost comes. So.
Yeah, I understand the question. So there's the policy is silent on this though.
Okay, but you're saying at this point there's been no issue?
It's never been, look, I suppose, again, anecdotally, not in terms of the report, so just be really clear, it's never come to my attention that the cost in relation to this process in terms of engagement with mana whene has ever been an issue that's ever come to my attention.
Okay.
So no developer has ever spoken to me.
Thank you. Sorry for jumping in there, Ollie. You're up.
Oh.
Kia ora, Mange. Kia ora, Ollie.
Kia ora, kōrua. Question, Grant, just clarity following Councillor Wilson's question on the survey. So you're saying that since the survey was done, your ongoing interactions with developers, none of them have raised concerns with the proposed change?
The ones that I've spoken to.
The ones that you've
So
spoken
again, look, I just don't want to overstate this. It's not saying that I've gone out and elicited some conversations on this, but for the ones I've had conversations, the ones that we've had a conversation about haven't.
My question is on clarity of time frame, those discussions since the survey was done.
Yes.
Cool. And Sandra, the question for you of the one minor concern that was raised, what was that minor concern?
And just a couple of things. Just the 54%, that was public consultation. And then when they talk about what Grant is talking about, and also when talking about the stakeholder engagement that we did specifically with developers, that was separate to the public consultation. So there were two different consultation processes giving different results. And the one issue that the developer raised was, gosh, it was quite a long time ago now. I believe that it was in that they were concerned that change B, second change, would result in would result in a longer time period that was required for them to consult with iwi, leading to a clash. But when we explained to them that the two different changes worked together, how the two different changes worked together, that there was moving it forward and it was making it longer, that meant that it would not create a problem for them at a time-sensitive time in the development process. So it was, they just slightly misunderstood the way the two of the changes interacted. When I just sort of explained to them how those two things interacted, that it was not just making it longer at the same time, but it was making it longer and then moving it a long way earlier, that those two things combined actually made it easier for developers, and then they were happy with that change.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thanks, Ollie. Okay, Deputy Mayor Taylor, you ready?
Sorry to come back. Mr. Chair, there's just been a slight development and from the questioning, I just wanted to check. So we don't have any guarantee that the developer, in doing something that we have asked them to do with their consultation with iwi, etc., won't be charged for doing that, won't bear some cost, do we?
No, we don't have a guarantee.
Could we not have that in the policy? Could we not have something? Because we are asking them to do this. Why should they be charged to do something that we're asking them to do? Did you consider putting that in the policy, or would you?
That wasn't a consideration. We haven't. The policy is silent on it. Like I said, the policy is silent on all aspects relating to cost. So that's a decision for this table if that's something you wish to do. But again, my only point would be is that there's a number of obligations on developers in order to submit certain plans, all of which need some professional level of advice in terms of that, in terms of engineering, surveying plans, planners, etc., all of which charge for their services.
Yes,
we also have obligations, and we also require developers to meet certain requirements, which requires them to get professional advice, of which they do charge. So I think from a consistency perspective, if you were to do that, you would have to then apply that consistently.
Yeah. Sorry, just on that. Sandra. Well, can I just... I guess that's the very reason I'm asking, because a lot of the feedback I get is already that there's a lot of onerous things where they have to pay for this and they have to pay for that just in order to get on and build houses. Aren't those things that we're asking them to do required by statute anyway? Those are the ones that those other things that we're asking them to do?
Not generally, no.
By our district plan?
So, for example, the RMA, for example, or the district plan doesn't require them to necessarily engage particular services in order to do things. They need a professional skill in order to put together, for example, a planning application, survey plans, engineering advice, traffic, whatever that might be. The plan and the legislation is generally silent on that. but they have to be able to provide that in order to be able to then give us some information from which we then can make some informed decisions and grant, in my view, grant consents. This is the process that they follow.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Dave?
Yeah, look, Jeff's questions and Ewan's have spurred me to ask for a bit of evening up, I think it's called in Britain nowadays, clarification. And I'm glad that you've answered in the way you have, because that's led to it, Grant. The issues like the building of communities, the involvement of community, environmental organisations, things like that, specific specialist geotech plans and that, your staff would ask developers if they got a initial sort of heads-up type discussion, I forget what they call those, preliminary ones now.
Oh, pre-app.
Sorry?
Pre-apps?
Pre-apps, yeah, pre-app discussions would often say, well, I think before you put the final thing in, you should include X, Y and Z, correct, which could be all sorts of different things. This is now perhaps one of them.
Correct, it is.
And many of them might involve hiring someone that they don't have on their own staff to do some work and give them a report or something?
Correct. That could, yeah. From a pre-app perspective, this is exactly where we'd be having these conversations, because there is a change in the length as well, the time.
Yeah.
So definitely would be having that. And yes, that would be a result of a pre-app meeting, yes.
So confirming none of them have constrictions saying the applicant cannot be charged a fee for X, Y or Z or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dave. All right, there are no further questions. Sarah, I just sent you a text. You did a lot of work on this. I was wondering if you'd like to move it.
Anyone else support it? Yep.
Yep,
Pora will
Pora,
move.
absolutely. So moved by Pora, seconded by Sarah. Now, gentlemen, was there an amendment coming or anything like that regards the charging? Jeff, Ewan?
Yeah, I'll move an amendment that simply require a statement added to that at no charge for the, I'll just quickly...
For the consultation?
Yeah. So in change C, a copy of the response provided applicant by mana whenua must be included in the application, and there is to be no charge by mana whenua for the provision of said copy of letter.
I just want to signal a foreshadow motion to...
You've got the staff recommendation up anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
So you wouldn't include that in your motion? You'd be against that idea? Or?
Sorry, what's being included?
So Māngai Te Pora and Councillor Thompson have moved the staff recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah. Ewan wants to add in change C that there is to be no charge for consultation from mana whenua on that. Okay, so that's going to be the amendment. So
yeah, I know the amendment. What's this about including it in the motion? That's what
I was just asking out of courtesy if she was happy with that to make it just a straight motion. No, she's not. So that's asked and answered. So I was just trying to be clean and tidy about it.
Well, it's becoming unclear. There's a motion and an amendment.
Yes. Yeah.
Full stop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But normally in these situations you say, do we have agreement to make it neat and tidy? But we don't, so there's a motion and an amendment. Too right, mate. It's worth a go. All right. Okay. Okay. So it's been moved by Māngai Te Pora, amended by Councillor Ewan. Do we have the amendment up there? And seconded by the seconder to the amendment is Deputy Mayor. Can we see the amendment? Although we get the thrust of it. Yep. All right. So I'll while that's coming up.
To carry on, now it's prompted me to want to find out a bit more information with that amendment.
Time for questions has technically run out.
But
Here we go. Oh, God. Righto, before Martin bullies me. Okay. No, sorry, Te Pora, for my indiscretion. What's your question?
I would like to ask if the inclusion of this, I can't see the amendment, the inclusion of no charge for consultation required in change C, if that has any implications one, for this policy, two, for our relationship with mana whenua and iwi and any other involved in there, and that three, does not enable this organisation to meet their obligations under te tiriti. Because we're talking about, I think we're going to be talking apples and oranges when we talk about no charge, which is the reason that I asked about a koha policy. Does that mean that they cannot offer biscuits and a cup of tea? Does that mean that they cannot offer a taonga in exchange for information? Does that bring up implications around the exchange of mātauranga Māori and how that is valued?
Muna or Grant, I'll get a come forward with that one.
Who's...
Grant, so the question would be, could this actually, with that proviso, would that mean that, oh, can I?
Yeah, a procedural point.
So we have to drop. Yep.
We'd actually gone to, we'd finished questions.
Yeah, I know.
And we had moved the debate. So this shouldn't be happening. No,
point of order.
He has to rule
point
on
of order.
He has to rule on my point of order first,
Yep.
Councillor McPherson.
Oh, I'm going to... It's a... All right. Okay, boys. Okay, I'm trying to not necessarily keep everybody happy here, but I want to get it all out before we go to any decision. Okay, so I'm trying to get the amendment across to be debated as well. Okay, so I will allow a few more questions, okay, because this has come out. I don't think it's going to change a heck of a lot. So that is Chair's discretion, sorry if it's a bit rough and ready, but I will allow a few more questions, and I think it's probably reasonable. I don't think it's going to change anything, although I think there's a hard question, and also governance has come up with an interesting worry. So we'll bring this up first.
I'm sorry, it was my biggest concern that our policy is council policy, so what we have to administer. What we're putting in here is not an entity that we have control of. I'm a little bit concerned that we can't put that in, and so I want to seek advice on that.
Right, but the counter to that is this policy is requiring a party to take a step that according to Grant there is usually no fee, but according to others there is a fee. So that's
Which wouldn't be a requirement that we would say that you can't charge something else. I'm the wording exactly right there I'm concerned with, so that's why
help me would you like to help me with what wording you'd like me to change?
Noting that it's anticipated that there is no charge. Would that work? Would that work, Ewan, if we went noting that it is anticipated that
there will be no charge? Because that's what I keep hearing. Grant has basically, my understanding from what he said is that there is no charge, and so I'm simply trying to make sure that's the case.
There's no. Oh.
All right. Does that make you feel lighter? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am.
I get what you're trying to get across here. To Pora?
I haven't had my questions answered, so
okay,
I'm unable to respond.
Yeah. Can you ask your question again, please, Pora? Can you remember it?
There was three in there. One was is this a material change to the policy? Two, implications on the relationship when we frame the engagement in this way with mana whenua, with iwi. And then three, meeting obligations under te tiriti where mātauranga Māori is valued.
So in terms of the first question, I mean, there is a right for tangata whenua or mana whenua to charge for their services. So in terms of the implications of that change, that could have an implication in terms of the very point of the change in terms of the policy amendments, in terms of a impediment for engagement with mana whenua, i.e. they may wish to not engage because their services aren't being. But generally speaking, this would be a conversation between mana whenua and the developer, and that would be worked out if there is a fee to be paid. So yes, it probably would have implications in terms of the general intent and direction of the overall policy, in terms of the outcomes that have been sought, in terms of Pou Manawa Ora, in terms of the whole direction of what you're thinking. So that would, in my view, from a staff perspective, play against that general intent. So that would be my first point in terms of the question. In terms of relationships, what I would say, and just drawing on previous experience, is that mana whenua do have resource constraints. My general understanding is that they have resource constraints, and one of my able to speak to that, so therefore their ability to engage in these processes, there might be some cost involved in that. So yes, it could have provided, in my view, an impediment to that. In terms of your third point, I'll probably defer to Mana to talk to that point.
Is there a definition for charge? I just want a definition for charge. Financial charge? What are we talking about around charge?
I'll ask.
Money for
Services.
services? And can we define the services?
Well, mana whenua is providing a service of an input into a series of names that they would be happy with.
But they shouldn't be charged, they should not charge, so there's no value in that service, is what we're putting into this policy.
Well, I think the first question is, we were told that there is usually no charge. So this is obviously not the case. You're saying that there is a charge?
I'm saying that that's...
Yeah, we are getting across the table. Sorry, Dave, I'll hear your point.
Grant did not say there was no charge. He said there's no charge specified in the policy. That's what he actually said. He didn't say. He said he couldn't speak for what happened else behind the scenes, but the policy has no charge.
Probably a point of debate, Dave. But yep. All right. So the intent for let me just calm everyone down here. The intent of this is, from what I can understand, Ewan, is that we don't want to be imposing any further charges by our policy direction. Yep.
Correct.
Right. So it's pretty simple in that respect. You're raising the issue of koha, donation, etc., which doesn't technically fall under formal charge.
I think if that's the case, then the amendment needs to reflect that council will not impose that an exchange, financial exchange, occur for this portion of it.
Probably moving into debate here, but you're just trying to prevent...
I mean, I have no difficulty in adding the word, noting that council anticipates there will be no charge for that. So, I mean, ultimately, in fact, that would also appease Amy a little bit, because it's only council saying...
We are not going to charge them.
Yeah.
Okay, does that answer your question, Deborah?
Yeah, but I think there's still the other implications that I raised before.
Yeah, well, and you're free to debate.
That's part of the debate.
Yeah, that'll be part of the debate then. It's getting quite clear. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, just a very quick question which follows on from this proposed amendment. It's to Grant. Would a name change be approved under the policy if there was no letter offered by mana whenua?
Sorry, we're back.
Yeah, we are. Sorry, Rob, I have to...
We've done
this has only arisen, though, as a result of the amendment.
No, that was...
I'll leave that question
Point
go.
of order. Clearly, if you've ruled that we can have a second tranche of questions, Councillor Rob's entitled to ask a question.
No.
Yeah, look, it's in my discretion. I'll let that one go through. Just one question, Rob?
Yeah, I've already asked it, yeah.
And the answer, please. It's not going to change anything.
It would depend, because the policy is just saying that developers must engage with mana whenua, and they show the results of that consultation. Ultimately, it would depend on what the name is, or what the suite of names that they're proposing would be against the existing criteria. So it's hard to say.
Okay, but you would accept if the developer had indicated to you that they had tried to get consent or agreement with mana whenua?
Sure. If for example, that mana whenua don't engage in a process, and
Lift your mic up a bit, please. I'm just having difficulty in hearing.
Sorry.
Elected members. Thank you.
So, for example, if mana whenua don't engage in a process, and the developer writes it in that they did the following steps but didn't get any feedback or didn't engage, that's fine. That would pass, and we would then make a decision.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. That's the answer.
Thank you. Yep. All right. There are no more questions. Calling it. We're moving into debate. Councillor Māngai Te Pora, would you like to speak to the motion? And then I'll go with the mover of the amendment, and then it's open floor.
Sorry, we're voting on the amendment?
We're debating on the motion and the amendment. So you've moved the staff motion. Ewan's come up with an amendment regards the no charge, and it's up to you to debate now on both of those, and we'll be voting on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Look, at our last community meeting, we had Tuku Roirangi Morgan, who made it very clear about the direction of a partnership, let me say a partnership. And one of the things that he raised was leave it up to you for the very simple task of what you need to decide, because there are other things that we need to get on with, that we are getting on with. I want to acknowledge the staff and all the mahi that has been put into this policy coming, and noting that it's been paused twice because we've been waiting on Pou Manawa Ora, and there's so many things that have gone about in between time. It's very clear, you know, what we've got today under the staff recommendation is to allow more time for parties to connect, to build that relationship for an outcome that's best for everybody. They started off talking about the developers are going to have an issue with it. Actually, developers don't have an issue with it once they understand the process. It seems quite straightforward. I'm not going to labour in this first half of debate because it's a simple task. It's been worked around. We've talked about it. We just need to move this one along so we can get on with the rest of the business that we need to.
Kia ora te pora. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. There is no doubt that there are lots of costs that developers have to manage when trying to get a project off the ground. Although I have to acknowledge the staff's much wider expertise in the Resource Management Act and the MPS and all the other plans that feed into our district plans. But I've always felt that there was an obligation to engage other experts such as geotech and engineering to meet the required specifications. And there was a perception that there would be professional fees involved for those services. But in this particular case, this is now council saying, we want you, Mr. or Mrs. Developer, to engage with mana whenua, and we want them to write back to you saying you've had this engagement in helping select a name or a series of names for a particular development. And I feel that we run the risk of adding yet another burden on our developers, where there's yet another set of fees and charges that they may have to pay to have a third party provide suggestions of historical reference in street names. And I think it runs very close to this sort of being a make-work project, and that the developers, at the end of the day, have to bear the cost. The reality here is we have other things to be focused on. We shouldn't be in the business of forcing developers to engage with mana whenua over street names. It's clumsy, it's divisive, it's unnecessary, and it's an unnecessary cost.
Councillor Dave, Councillor Angela, then Councillor Sarah, then Deputy Mayor Taylor. So, Councillor Dave.
Yeah, look, I get where you and Jeff are coming from in this, and at one level it is an extra thing on what we've done before. There's no doubt about that. But the real question now is going into the future, is it a legitimate thing that we're asking for? And I would suggest that having proper cultural and historical context reflected in the naming process is certainly a legitimate thing to do for a long-term place name, whether it's a street or a park or whatever that you're providing here. Now, unfortunately, the effect of the amendment and why I'm opposing it is quite discriminatory, because there are many things, as the staff have agreed, many things that council planning staff ask developers to do in order to properly prepare and put forward their proposed applications. And those sort of things are not all the hard sciences like geotech and so forth, which certainly are to do with community facilities, future sporting facilities, heritage, something slightly in the same line. We have certainly on occasions asked for heritage reports. Now, they don't come free, and to describe, as Ewan has just done, this to be a make-work exercise, and that's a direct quote, is actually quite insulting and quite discriminatory. I have seen some of the work that Wiremu Puke has done, for instance, the very, very detailed historical genealogical work that he's done in working out the origins of place names around the city. And I know that sort of work goes on. They don't just pluck something out of the air. They have to work for it. It's not make work. It's actually important work for the future of the city, and I think it's quite insulting to suggest it's make work like was suggested before. It's just as much necessary to place naming and building communities as any of the other things that we require developers to do. If we want them to have a park for kids to play in, we require some work is done on that. If we want them to have a name that's going to endure to the future, into the future and mean something relevant to the area, we want some work to be done on that and not to be plucked out of the air. And that isn't how it happens. They are not plucked out of the air. It is not made work. It's important. And why would we discriminate against Māori simply because this is a new thing that we're now asking for? It's a new thing because we've recognised it's been missing in the past, and that's why we're asking for it. So don't discriminate. Go for the catch-all type of setup that the staff have proposed here.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I feel like this really long process, somewhere along the way, we've gotten a bit lost in the weeds with this one. In my view, what should have been a simple update to a straightforward policy has become quite a difficult issue, and it's also centred on developers, and I don't really agree with that. Some of that is appropriate, of course, because the person who takes the biggest financial risk, in my view, should simply be able to easily name a street or open space without some kind of convoluted process. But I'm not sure that we've landed in the right spot. Look, I listened to some of the questions and responses, which do seem, as I said, to be centred around developers, but this policy also affects the residents of our city as well. It feels like we're trying to solve a problem that's not really there. And as we saw in the previous report, was it 9 out of the 10 open spaces we're embracing Te Reo names. So for me, it's not actually about that. We consulted, this is what it's about for me, we consulted with the wider community and we asked for their feedback, and the majority of submitters said that they wanted to retain the current policy for a variety of reasons, and a lot of the reasons were ease of use. So because of that, I'll be supporting the current policy that we have, which means I'll be voting against the amendment and the motion. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Part of the reason that we undertook this review was firstly following feedback from mana whenua that the timeframes were just not appropriate and not doable. It actually takes a significant amount of time for them to go back, have a hui, work through appropriate names. As Councillor Dave said, this isn't just plucking names out of the air. There's a lot of work that goes behind this and a lot of discussion to actually come up with appropriate names that reflect people, events, the whakapapa of that particular area. So firstly, we're responding to that and we're giving an appropriate amount of time. Secondly, he Pou Manawa Ora, which we all signed off, one of the pillars within that and one of the goals within that was to increase the visibility of te reo Māori and also to tell more of our shared stories within Hamilton. And one way to do that is through telling those stories through street names. And so this is a way to actually put that into practice. And I think that actually we've reached a really pragmatic point with this. Before initially it came to us and the proposal was to require every single proposal for a street name have a name recommended from mana whenua. Instead, we've said, hey, look, we just want you to actually show and demonstrate that you have engaged genuinely and you have taken some of that engagement on board. That might mean that a portion of the names that you put forward have been recommended from mana whenua. And I think that has come to a really pragmatic place in this strategy. I personally also find it extremely inconsistent, this idea that we should expect that developers shouldn't pay anything for services if mana whenua decide that they want to charge for some of their time. How insulting that we say we don't value your services enough to actually even allow you to charge for them with a reasonable fee. This has been something that's been a problem for a long time, where mana whenua have been asked to come to this meeting, advise on this and that, and a lot of the time there's nothing more than maybe well, there's either no fee or they might have their petrol covered or something, right? So I see this as being very inconsistent, and so I cannot support that. What would ultimately be, if there was a fee, a tiny cost in the context of a multi-million-dollar development.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor. Thanks, sir. Winding it up for me.
Mate, look, I think this is a vastly improved policy from what we had maybe, 6 months ago. And I'm close to supporting it, and I acknowledge it's been a long haul. I've always accepted that the time frame could be changed to make it earlier and longer. That's entirely reasonable. I had a problem with the compulsion that we were imposing. A certain amount of roads had to have te reo names. And I'm pleased we removed that particular compulsion. And as Angela says, looking at the previous item where 9 out of 10 park names were te reo names, I'm pretty confident that we're not going to be lacking for te reo street names as we go forward. And we've enhanced the policy by agreeing to develop a blueprint or green print for the city, showing a better geographical history which could aid the whole street naming process. Our concern today is pretty simple. We don't want to impose any extra cost on developers in order, we want them to be able to do what they're there to do, which is build houses. These are people trying to build houses. Yep, they want to make money too, so do I. We want them to build houses. We as a council are under pressure to build houses or to allow houses to be built quicker. This is the type of bureaucratic intervention which takes up extra time and money that gives councils a bad name. For some time, this council has been actually trying to simplify its processes and its district plan, to simplify the bureaucratic hold-ups. I get a lot of feedback about the onerous requirements. The developers have to source and pay for specific experts, sometimes not the experts that they prefer to use, but ones that we've suggested for them. And here's another thing that we're adding to it. If anything, we should be stripping back these requirements, not adding extra steps to it and extra costs. So all we're saying today is if we're requiring developers to do this consultation over street names, why should they have to pay? We're the ones who are pushing this barrow. And I think this runs counter to the whole direction we should be having as a council, which is to streamline processes, to simplify, to take bureaucracy out and to get things done, to get houses built. We don't have enough houses. We have people who can't find houses, who can't afford houses. Why are we just making it harder and harder? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark. I went to Browsers on Saturday night and bought a book called Catastrophe by Max Hastings. It's quite a good historian. It cost me $25. The reason I raise that is that history, mātauranga knowledge, whether it's a geotech report or history, has a value. I think, as Councillor O'Leary said, there's been a considerable amount of work and rework on this policy, which I think has produced a relatively simple framework. I like change A. It gives effect to the execution of a strategy that Council has approved, and as in previous debates, there's been any number of strategies upstairs that have had no execution. I think this policy gives effect to a strategy, to the execution of that, which is good. I think change B is real common sense, and change C flows on from change B in a logical way. I think it's a positive move for developers and mana whenua to have a conversation over a cup of tea, or however that discussion is carried out over a realistic time frame to provide value to the development and also to the city. I think it's great that we're beginning to tell the stories of the mana whenua of this area. And, I think back to the debate over the Von Temsky Street discussion that we've had, and the contribution that Wiramu Puki made about the history of Pou Tiki, and how it talks about a corridor of birds flying up through to the university, and that ties in with the design of Claudelands. I think that sort of makes us richer as a city. It tells our stories, it gives us colour and vibrancy, and I know in the past there's been some development that certainly doesn't do that. I note the staff have raised, property councils had no issues, developers that have been talked to had no major concerns. So I think it's a really good common sense policy, and I'll support the motion because of that.
Thank you, Ollie. All right, I'll end my 10 cents worth here. Thank you, Grant, for your patience with this. This has taken a long time, but it's taken a long time for a reason. I think there's been some milestones in here, and there's a little sleeping dragon that only one person brought up in this debate and I'll bring that up in a second. I want to thank Councillor Sarah for working with me and Grant and coming up with that less directive approach regards the amount, because the intent of this is to get proper consultation with mana whenua, and there's no harm in that. There's no harm in that. The issue is raised today is, should there be a charge in that? That wasn't there before. Now, we got the answer from Grant saying, well, look, it's nothing that seemed to have been an issue. But also, I think, with regards to calls that the amendment is discriminatory, I don't share that view. I think offence can be given, but or offence isn't given, it's taken. And I think it may be being taken here a little bit, a bit sensitively. I mean, the fact is this amendment is just noting that at present we see that there is no charge. If it becomes an issue, then I would expect that we'll hear about it as a result of this amendment. So I will support the amendment in this because I take it in the goodwill in which it was put up. The sleeping dragon in this, or the sleeping taniwhara, if you like, in this is the green print. If that green print is done adequately and we have a proper, well-consulted map of Kirikiriroa Hamilton, then there'll be less of this issue come up in the first place anyway. This is proactive work, and I thank Councillor Gallagher for his original idea of this. I think it was a fantastic idea, because I am absolutely confident, and having heard what I've heard from Grant and the team about the developers, is they want to do the right thing as well. And if they are armed with knowledge that we have provided, then this isn't going to be an issue down the track. So I think we're all I think that is a really cool part of this policy. I'm excited about it. So I'll support the amendment. If the amendment fails, I'll support the motion. Māngai Tapora, would you like to reply?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. With the West Town Belt, we have Rotokauri development, we've got Peacocks, we've got the Regional Theatre, municipal pools, Hamilton Gardens, the river developments, just to name a few, that mana whenua have invested their mātauranga into supporting us as a city, as a council, to move these things along. I understand there's an agreement in place, but by and large, they would come anyway because they have a historical investment. They have a vision for this city as well. That's why they show up to these things. I have to say, my sense is that this proposed amendment is very rigged, as Lolly has stated. The staff recommendation is actually a logical way forward. We're one of the councils that require developers to input into names. You don't need that for developers to have a say in the changing of names. Some councils have local boards, local committees that come together to decide those things on behalf of the community. But here's what I want to point out in right of reply. This is an opportunity for us to come together. It is an opportunity for us to start placemaking together. With the last community committee meeting that we had, we went through a name change and we talked about trauma and things like that. We have a kupu in Te Reo Māori called tāmata, and that is to recalibrate or to reset. This is an opportunity for us to do that and to start the mark again and start getting that right for how we move into the future. This isn't about a burden on developers. This is about knowledge and mātauranga and bringing people together. This isn't about being clumsy. If coming together or partnership or engagement is considered to be clumsy or divisive, then we are barking up absolutely the wrong tree on this one. This is a logical way forward for us to move together. We're about moving together. When we talk about we need charges for consultation, it actually says that we have no value of mātauranga Māori. It means we have no value in relationship building, that we place no value on the exchange of knowledge, that we place no value in the history and sharing that history together, that we actually don't care if our communities understand history or our developers or people building our cities understand that or not. We don't actually care about those things. So going for the staff recommendation, because that is the logical way forward for all of us together.
Thank you, Māngai Tapora. Right, we'll go to the vote on the amendment now. So we'll do this by show of hands. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. And Councillor Angela, you're voting against, right? Okay. No, she's voting. Oh, sorry. I'll call for a count. I was trying to get clarity.
Can I get the against, please?
Those against?
The amendment is lost, noting that those dissenting, sorry, can you please keep your hands up when we do it this way, I have to say it out loud, is Councillor O'Leary, Māngai Ora, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Van Oosten, Thompson Gallagher and Māngai Thompson-Evans.
Okay, so we're now voting on the motion. So those in favour of the motion, please, show of hands.
And dissenting? The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
And Councillor O'Leary.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
There you go, Grant. Didn't want to make it too easy for you. Okay. Thank you, Grant, and thank you, Sandra, for your extensive work on that. Appreciate it. Right, I reckon we can get through one more item before lunch, team. That's the community occupancy applications, and then we'll take a break after that. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 10.
I'll move.
Any debate? Okay, any questions on this? Karen, we'll ask you first, though. Any questions on the community occupancy, Rob?
Yeah, just one question, Chair. The Te Kauha Health Limited, does it provide health services at Enderley, or is it, I tried to read from the report, I assume it operates the daycare facility for the young people, but does it offer medical services and so forth from that site?
So the site at Enderley, which is just adjacent to the car park there,
yep.
I believe that's only childcare services. Obviously, the Te Kauha Health, their wider services involve health and medical services, and they're obviously looking to build across the road and provide those services.
Oh, is that where it is, across the road?
Yeah, across the road in that grassed area.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Cool. Any other questions, guys? The lure of lunch has got to everybody. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Well, look, it's been moved by Councillor Ewan, by Councillor Ryan Ewan, seconded by Ryan. Any debates? Thank you, Karen, for your great work. All those in favour? Show of hands. Those again?
Motion is carried unanimously.
I didn't want to interrupt the vote, but arising out of that, the points made by the Glenview Community Centre manager Rowe about future siting, not this lease.
Yeah.
I'm just checking that that's now on staff's radar to address that in a future occasion.
It's on our radar. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Cool. I saw her writing furiously. Okay. Well, look, we are going to we'll take a 45-minute break. Come back at 1:15. Then we'll go into the Waikato River Safety Project. Mayor Paula, you're away until?
Speaking engagement from 1 till 2.
From 1 till 2. So I'll try and make sure that HAPO is when you're here.
Yep,
so
I'll be back as
we may
swiftly
go
as
with
I
the
can.
civil defence emergency management. That's the only padding we've got in there, should the other item go quickly. Okay? So river safety straight, as soon as we come back, then we may or may not go to civil defence, but we'll try and make sure that you're here for HAPO. Yeah, great. Yep, and if you're describing me, the words handsome, intelligent, that kind of stuff is, Yeah, I don't know if Got someone on, Martin on.
Just.
Yeah. Sarah, are we? Yeah, we'll count Sarah's here.
There we go. We have
All right, thank you. We'll resume the meeting. We'll move on to one I'm really excited about. This next one, actually, is a good positive one. This is the Waikato River Safety Project. Liz, welcome, and Luke. Oh, Luke from Conservation. Luke, right, yes. Welcome, Luke. Luke and good. Okay. So this is item number 12, and we have a mover for this already, which is exciting. So this is about our proposed approach to Waikato River safety improvements. Now, I'll just set it up if you like. We had the aquatic plan come to us recently, and fortunately it was over summertime. Sadly, we'd lost some people in the river, so we asked the team to broaden it and look at river safety as a part of the aquatics strategy. And there's been some really good news as we go through it. So there we go, having set that up for you. It's over to you. So introducing Liz and Luke.
Great, thank you, Councillor Mark Bunting. So kia ora koutou, elected members and mango. My name is Liz Cann and I'm the Hamilton City Council Aquatics Director. I'm here today with Luke, the Parks and Assets Manager. As the owner of the aquatic strategy, my role is to address water safety education, whilst Luke joins me as the activity owner of Hamilton City Council's river infrastructure. So the purpose of this report is to update elected members on practical ways staff have identified to begin improving river safety outcomes within Hamilton City in the lead up to this summer. Natural bodies of water provide opportunities for aquatic recreation and contribute to cultural, physical and social benefits of our community. However, natural water sources do come with a higher level of drowning risk. Staff coordinated discussions with a wide range of partners who are also planning their own initiatives to improve water safety. Partnership is absolutely key to addressing water safety, and we are working closely with iwi, Hapu, Waikato Regional Council, Waipa District Council, Water Safety New Zealand, Swimming Waikato, Sport Waikato, Police Search and Rescue, Waikato Bombers and the Ministry of Education. We acknowledge that these discussions are only the beginning, and we will continue to work with our partners to build a long-term picture of what is required. This information will form the basis of future recommendations through the next annual plan and long-term plan. So this report presents two options. Staff recommend that elected members approve option 2, which is actually made up of 8 actions that address education, supervision, communication and infrastructure. We are recommending all these 8 actions together. Option 2 is presented as a cost-neutral recommendation, as we will be seeking external funding to support the delivery of the River Safety Education Trial, communication strategy and trial of increased riverside presence by City Safe staff. If this funding is not secured, staff will report back to Council on alternative options prior to action being undertaken. So we're very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Yeah, no, this is a really good positive one, and imagine my joy having talked with Lynette Horn down at the police to find that they were heading down the same river as us, as it were, and so it's really exciting that there's some good stuff coming. So, look, there's a lot of questions before me, so Councillor Van Oosten, go ahead.
Look, thank you. I understand that a part of this process of looking at our water safety has delayed the Wellington Street beach planning and transition into a more usable space. Do you see that that will be further delayed given the fullness of having to work through this report?
No, I think the intent is to deliver in parallel, so the learnings we get from this work will inform what we do with the Wellington Street project.
And is it anticipated that there would need to be any additional funding to support any recommendations coming out of the report in the treatment that's happening at Wellington Street Beach?
At this point, nothing anticipated, but we need to do the work to inform that.
Kia ora, appreciate that. And just a tiny little question with regard to the trial for the city safety. My question is with regard to that being a full-time or during the hotter months period?
The plan would be that they would be full-time, but resourced to the river for the summer period.
Yeah, makes sense to me too. Thank you. Thanks, Chair, for now.
The idea is that they have throw bags, is that right? They have throw bags, can you?
Yes, so the city safe certainly are not lifeguards. We're not suggesting that in any way, but they will have that increased presence to assist with behaviour. And my team at the Aquatics would certainly upskill them in how to respond to an incident as it unfolded, which could be using a throw bag or a flotation device, but we'd give them a toolbox of things that they could lean on.
So it's the presence that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Liz, for the report. You mentioned that you're presenting these options all as one package. Do you have alternatives if the external funding is not forthcoming? And I'm suggesting that in the sense, can you deliver part of the project rather than the suggestion I got from you that it was all or nothing?
Sure. Yes,
you didn't say that, but I got the impression that your comment was that it was all going to be presented as one package.
Yes, so the funding is really designed around the city safe and our communication plan. So there are other things that we certainly within those recommendations could move forward with that aren't based on external funding, such as we could look at the working with our intermediate schools, connecting with new migrants. So there are a number of different things that we could still proceed with.
Okay. Is there any evidence around that suggests having a couple of city safe staff patrolling the areas of risk, I assume, the areas of risk around the river, does prevent injury or deaths in the river? You know, I'm looking here at the length of the river around the city and what two safety officers could do in terms of being there when events are likely to happen.
So I think the intent is to focus those two staff at the key areas like Wellington Street Beach, the gardens, and those sites where we have large numbers of people swimming, and their presence there would be most beneficial.
Would they be better to be lifeguards rather than city safe? If they're going to be patrolling, if they're going to be largely at one or two sites?
We're not recommending that they are acting as lifeguards. The river has just got too much inherent danger, and until we do some longer term understanding of the river and what the best response is, that is why our recommendation is prior to this summer, we explore the city safe model, and then we can reflect and see if there's further things that we can do beyond that.
Okay. One last question, Chair, and that is under that city safe, you're suggesting here that the 50% that council are going to fund is funded through the direction of the funds from the River Infrastructure Investigations Project. What is that? I assume it's something in our long-term plan.
Yeah, we put $500,000 into the River Infrastructure Fund in the long-term plan in the first couple of years, I think it was, wasn't it? Marie got that? Okay, yeah, I'll let her carry on.
So yes, Councillor Rob, if you cast your memory back to late at night in the long-term plan, there was originally some funding for a new jetty at Hamilton Gardens, And I think it was Deputy Mayor Jeff put a motion to divert that funding into investigating what river infrastructure do we actually need. And at that time, the Waikato River Explorer had some ideas, and there were various ideas from the river bombers. So it was actually just having a good look at what we have on the river by way of jetties. Are they still the things that we need going forward? What do the users need? What do the regional council have to say about that? And so this piece of work actually dovetails nicely into that wider river infrastructure work.
And it's OPEX rather than CAPEX? I would have thought the investigation
Yes.
would have, $500,000 would have been CAPEX, and this is OPEX?
This is OPEX.
Yeah, I know it is, yeah, but wouldn't the river, what do you call it, the River Infrastructure Investigations Project have been a CAPEX exercise?
No, it was OPEX because it was really at that kind of initial feasibility kind of level. We really needed to do a lot of work to understand what the best options were.
Okay. All right, I just wonder whether there's some more money left in there that we could have diverted back to the annual plan, that was all. Anyway, okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I'll wait for the debate.
Thank you very much. Thompson. Councillor Thompson, sorry.
I've also got a couple of questions around the the use of the River Infrastructure Investigations funding. So just what impact does that have in terms of the original intent of that? Does this is kind of in what's left from that investigation budget, and how will we expect to use that? And finally, does this mean we're bringing forward funding, or do these actions not happen until 24, 25?
So the funding is for year 2 and 3, so split in half.
Yep.
The original intent was to look at what opportunities could be developed along the river for the benefit of Hamiltonians. We see this work as being really closely aligned to that, and the original intent in ensuring that whatever would be developed actually is developed with the water safety improvements in mind. So they are complementary, not opposing.
Yes, I guess my question is just at the end of all of this, like in another 2 years' time, will we have all the information that we need in terms of understanding what our needs are around river infrastructure? Just because looking at this, we're also looking at funding the city safety 50-50 funding for city safety officer, which is quite a operational expense, and it's not actually going to be delivering on. Just a question, so are you confident that we'll still have the right information at the end of the 3 years?
Yes, and in fact, those city safety officers will be Johnny on the spot, so to speak, so they'll be able to provide us some really, really good insights in talking to the people that are using the river, gain a really good understanding of what they want and what they need, which I believe will be most helpful for the wider piece of work.
Okay, thank you. And finally, you've had, obviously been speaking with different partners, but you've had some pretty good positive engagement around this so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been quite an amazing response outside of council.
Okay.
And that's why we want to make sure that it's a very collaborated response, so that we're not doing something that somebody else is already doing. So we're having lots of discussions, and our next forum will be in July to continue this conversation.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
To ask. So thanks, Sarah. So I was going to get you to talk about some of the other people involved in this group. So it's not a solo effort on council's behalf. Can you talk about some of the energy that's already in this this project?
Yeah. So key people who have come along, like Sport Waikato, who are very interested in facilitating this from a regional perspective. Then we have Swimming Waikato, who we're already doing some excellent work with in terms of bringing them on board into our facilities for swimming lessons for lower socioeconomic schools. Police search and rescue, absolutely on board. They sort of recognise they're a bit of the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, but if they can be involved in how we can be better facilitating prevention. And Water Safety New Zealand are very much leading the conversation in terms of they are looking to fund projects that they know will make a difference. And so they're looking at what the alignment is between what we're thinking of doing. I know Manawatu are also looking at a similar type of thing as our City Safe proposal. So yeah, there's lots of interest to make sure we're all on the same track.
Right, and so in talking with the lady from Search and Rescue, the one seconded, Lynette seconded on by the police, she was saying she's already identified funding and they've got lesson plans and they've got a whole swim safe, got a whole river kit that they're just ready to roll out to schools. Is that right?
Yeah, so we'll be connecting with them, making sure that when we do our work with schools, it's all aligned and it's in partnership.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Thank you for the report. I'm just trying to get some real clarity about the city safety officers, and I'm trying to get better clarity about how many hours a day are they going to be present, what days, what locations. To me, that's a little nebulous. Everything else all sorts of makes sense, but give me an insight. And please, I apologise if it's somewhere in the report that I've missed.
No, I think you make a good point. The detail of exactly how the City Safe will be, what exactly they'll be doing in response to this, we'll be working closely with Calvin Powell to make sure we've got that detail. Right. At this stage, we're really seeking the funding to make sure that it's viable to go ahead with it, whilst we do the planning in conjunction at the same time.
So how could you have put quantum in if you hadn't formulated that?
There is definitely some high-level thinking at this stage that, as we mentioned, that they'll be patrolling the high-use spots. 2 City Safe officers, obviously they'll have to work on some type of a roster. Calvin mentioned that he's thinking that they would be on e-bikes, so they have an ease to get around. So there are certainly conversations that have already been started.
So these new city safety officers?
Yes, they'd be additional.
And so you've put in 120,000, I'm assuming? If I look at this on page 49.
Yes, they're new, 120,000, which is the cost to cover 2 additional full-time city safety officers to form part of and they'd form part of a rotation. It's fixed term for 12 months as a pilot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's their salaries?
Correct.
And so where's the car, uniform, equipment, all the things that go with it? What's that
sorry,
cost?
Councillor Wilson, I should have been more clear. That cost is the all-in cost for a city safety officer. So that includes the uniform, e-bike provision, any training requirements, etc.
I'm sorry, I'm just processing that because, I mean, that works out at 60,000 a year, and that seems very low for a full-time worker with an e-bike, with, I'm assuming they have other equipment. Are we sure that's right?
Yes, those figures were provided by Calvin Powell. Oh, who's online? I've just seen him jump on.
Sorry, Kelvin, would you like to address that?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The cost of a full-time City Safe officer is $54,000 in salary, and that's allowed $6,000 for their equipment, their fit-out, and the cost of an e-bike. It came out just on $60,000 per person.
And that's for an 8-hour shift?
That was for an FTE, so yeah, it would be an 8-hour shift or a 10-hour shift, depending on whichever shift system we look to implement.
And what would they be doing during the winter?
It would be an opportunity to trial and look at them as being an option to either consider carrying on that work, or and that's having a presence along the river pathways, or having an enhanced presence in and around the gardens, there were opportunities to how they could be redeployed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ewan. Councillor Maxine.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm just coming back for a second question. Apologies,
No
Chair, at your discretion. But you raised the point of the funders, and I was particularly interested in the Water Safety New Zealand and the projects that you talked about that might spark their interest. Do we have confidence that the kind of project that we're talking about would fit within those parameters and be a good case for that funding?
Yes, the application goes in tomorrow, and we've already had initial conversations with them that, there is a high level of interest.
Okay, it sounds very exciting and close. Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Margaret Tapora.
There's an aspect out of this, I think we've been quite thorough, but there's a part out of this that I feel that we're not well covered for. So we've got, I was just looking on the stakeholders list, and I don't see that the District Health Board, will soon be Health New Zealand, on there, or mental health and wellbeing input on there, because we've had a considerable rate of lives ended due to challenges that people have faced. Will we fill that gap?
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point, and certainly we can reach out to District Health Board as well to be included. And we haven't created an exhaustive, a set list. The conversations are quite evolving of who would like to be involved, who do we need to connect to. One conversation with one community group or person is leading to others, and we want it to be like that, so that we're really taking that really holistic approach.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's, where am I trying to ask? Might be a debate, I'm just going to think about my question a little bit.
Okay, because I'm going to start saying one more question each shortly. So, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for letting me have a second round. Just a couple of questions that have come out of the discussion. You suggest in paragraph 31 there's no impact on the 22-23 revenue, but when I look a little closely at items 1 and 4, which require that funding from the river infrastructure investigation, that comes out of 24-25 and 25-26. Have you run these figures past Tracy just to measure what the impact is likely to be on our balancing the books and debt?
Sorry, Councillor Rob, I can jump in with that one. The dates indicated in the report are incorrect. So the funding we have available for that work is actually next financial year and the following financial year. So there is no movement of funds.
So it is 22-23 and not
23-24. Correct.
Okay, all right. And how much is, it talks about 1 year, and you're talking about getting some external funding. What are you hoping will happen in terms of the going forward costs? Because I assume this will be an annual cost of $282,000. How will it continue to come out of those existing budgets? And will you be seeking external funding for more than 1 year?
So I think, so the intent is that we put in place some immediate actions that enable us to safely look at some improvements across this coming summer. We've also got in place item 1 or action 1, which is around that further inquiry to understand the risks and how people are behaving within the context of those risks. Once we've done that work, that'll then form up the longer term view of what we'll need to invest, and we'll come back to the community committee with an update on that.
So this is a 1 year pilot project?
Yeah, we're at very early stages, so we've got a lot of learning to do to inform a long-term approach.
Do you think that the motion should be changed to reflect that? that it is a pilot project for 22-23? Because the way I read it, it looked to me like it was ongoing.
I think that's for the committee to decide if you feel like that change is required.
Yeah, but you're at the coalface. You have a better idea as to what Swimming New Zealand, is it Sports Waikato and the Water Safety New Zealand.
We can definitely make that clearer in the in the motion. I think that's a good thing to do, stipulate that it's a pilot.
Yeah, so what are they telling you? Are they saying that they will fund it going forward? If they fund it for 1 year, or is it specifically an application for 1 year?
At this stage, it's focusing on this year and making sure we've got some action prior to this summer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, and Councillor Wilson, last question.
Since the true motivation, rightly so, was as a result of loss of life, we're trying to make it safer. Did you inquire whether or not we would get more safety outcomes from engaging with Surf Life Saving or one of these other organisations and providing them some funding to monitor, those two locations, the gardens and Wellington Beach, and they're trained professionals, and no disrespect to City Safe, they're wonderful people, but I'm trying to understand what safety outcome they're going to be able to provide versus organisations that are desperate for money and have appropriately qualified people.
So if we were to put lifeguards in place, for instance, that might actually have unintended consequences, and we don't know enough yet to actually understand the risk of unintended consequence. And so we're taking it lightly and increasing presence, and then look at, once we know more, what the longer term solutions would be at place.
So some of the issues at the sites that we're talking about are not just related to the river. So there'll be a number of outcomes that are achievable through having a city safe presence at those sites, because sometimes it's around behaviour, and the police also talking about CCTV and those kinds of things, particularly at Wellington Street Beach and Hamilton Gardens. If we're seen to be putting in the likes of lifeguards or encouraging lifeguard type services, we're also seen to be legitimising swimming in the river, and there could be some unintended consequences to that. So until we know what works, what we are trying to achieve with this is some safety presence on site. We've had 2 drownings from recreational swimming in the river in the last 2 years, one at Wellington Street Beach, one at Hamilton Gardens, and there was a request to look at what could be done. What we don't want to do is create more risk. We see this pilot as a way of putting in some additional safety presence along the river, having the likes of, one of the things that we've looked at is like the safety rings that's been trialled in some places, but inevitably they go missing. Or if you've got them locked up, they take on you by the time you've unlocked them.
Okay. Thank you. You go.
Okay, thank you.
Just last question. So our comm strategy is what? Because you've just told me that, in fact, we really are unsure if we want to encourage people to swim there. And so what are we saying we're doing? We're increasing presence, but we really don't want you to swim? Is that what we're saying? Just help me understand what our narrative is.
Our narrative is that we understand people New Zealanders are attracted to natural bodies of water. We don't tell people to not swim in the river, but we know people do swim in the river. So what we're interested in, what we've been asked to come back with, is some ideas around how can we increase safety, but we also need to be careful around what we're seen to be encouraging or what we have liability for. So until we understand that, we're looking at an intervention for this summer at our very busy sites, whilst we continue to explore other options.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ewan. Tapora.
Just around the funding, so note the submission to some funds there. Out of that stakeholder list, have we approached any to partner or to, let's say, partner with us in pulling through some of these initiatives?
Yes, so we've reached out for support. One group that we've engaged a lot with is our bombers, so that we can really address, I mean, they are the high river users, so we're wanting to make sure that they're on board with what we're doing. Yeah.
Has anything come back from the River Authority? Or?
We have nothing to report here today. We have started conversations with them and we're planning to explore those further in July.
And so I couldn't find anything.
Last one, Deborah, if that's right.
Yeah, around ACC.
Again, we haven't reached out to ACC, but we certainly, that's an excellent
I recall
addition.
from the last discussion at committee around this that ACC was a big thing, circling back to the question that I originally asked.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your
Cool.
indulgence.
Sarah, is this your third? Sarah, is your second? Okay, sorry. Last one, and then
Thanks.
we're into it.
Liz, just in terms of like the improved signage, to what extent are we able to kind of educate people on what the risks are with that signage instead of just, this is risky?
Yeah, so we've got a bit of work to do in understanding the risks at site and how people are behaving within the context of those risks, and that will then inform what the wording or the messaging on signage. What we're proposing is we put some signs in immediately that improve awareness of the risks posed of swimming in the river, but the longer term signage would be coming out of the work around understanding risk and behaviours.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, this has been moved by Deputy Mayor Taylor. Maxine, did you want to second it? I'm more than happy if you want to. It's that'd be great. Great to have you on board, or in board, or I'll stop making river jokes now. So we'll move to, you get that sinking feeling? But I'm so current. Okay, make this rapid. All right, I can't stop. I'll just have to bank them.
We need
Jeff.
a flotation device.
I think so.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Look, there's some terrific questions there, all good ones. And you'll recall, elected members, that fund was set up in the LTP for river infrastructure to encourage greater use of our river. And that fund was to give us a clear understanding of what infrastructure we need to encourage and facilitate safe use. And since that time, we had a horror season with drowning, which we all know about, including fatality in our own river. And that prompted soul searching. And I think it's probably become clear that as a council, we've maybe never really done that detailed work on river safety. And it's probably time to do it. And, we can't cover our eyes and pretend that people won't swim in our river, particularly in a hot summer. And they do. And they always will. And the key, I think, is to make sure that when they do, we don't have more drownings. And so this is not throwing the river open for swimming and come on in. It's just trying to keep people safe. And our aquatic strategy is about safe use of our water, all of our water. And it's a central component of our strategy. And I think personally, I think we'd be remiss not to do some more work in this area with the river. And the assessment, I think, will tell us what are the safest places to swim in the river. We think we know, but we don't know exactly. We just want to be sure. Once we've ascertained that, how do we make them safer? How do we patrol them in a way that keeps people safe? And I think if we are talking about a strategy for our river, and I'm obviously pro-development on the Waikato River in terms of a lot of the development along Victoria Street, etc. But then there's the use, for boats and for jetties. We can't ignore swimming, and I do think we owe it to our people and our school kids to do the very best we can to ensure that they're safe. And I think what's helped motivate us is the response we've got from partners who have reached out to us. And there's a significant amount of interest there and a lot of proactive organisations, and I think that's really spurred on this approach. So I'd encourage elected members to support this in the knowledge that there will be plenty more touch points in the coming months where they can have some more surety about where the approach is heading. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Maxine, you're the seconder, so if it's all right, I'll put you next.
Bump me in front of Councillor Thompson, no disrespect, Sarah.
Look, I'm thoroughly in support of option 2 in this paper and recognise that our awa is a really key feature in our city. It becomes doubly so in the warmer months where people search out somewhere to access the water, to cool off, have fun, and something that's free. There's an essential established use of our river, and I just have to go down my street to find Wellington Street Beach full of enthusiastic people using the facilities there. I shout out to JK and the River Bombers at this point, and remember my granddaughter's first jump off the jetty. Yay, so much fun. But Wellington Street Beach, the gardens, Hammond Park, lots of other areas across the river where people want to access. But with climate change, we're seeing the hottest, longest summers that we ever have, and that in the short term is not going to change. So knowing that last year was the highest number of holiday drownings for 40 years means that we have to do something about it. We have to have access to the river, but we want people to understand the risk and that they can make the best choices for themselves. The 8-point action plan, including education, training, trials and comms around the use of natural waters is a well-rounded action plan, and I believe will have a really positive impact on our stats for the future, and that can lead to a much more permanent situation for us. I'm really grateful that we've begun a dialogue with Water Safety New Zealand, who during our long-term plan offered us money. Very few submitters did, and so it's great to know that that's only a day or so away from us putting in our expressions of interest around some of that money. So that also, coupled with Sport Waikato and others who are interested in partnering with us around this, helps to give us a great opportunity for collaboration and partnership so that we can deal with an issue that's bigger than just in Hamilton, and we can be seen as taking a real leadership around it. And the bonus around that is the potential to save lives. Kia ora.
Great stuff, Maxie. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. Deputy Mayor Jeff mentioned in his debate we owe it to our school kids, and slightly bringing tears, but it brought back the memory of going, oh.
You right?
Breathing. Going to school one day, and a colleague wasn't there because they had drowned, going swimming with their friends. So thank you to our staff, to Helen, Liz, Luke. Must be fragile today.
You're going fine. You're going fine.
I know I pestered both you and Maria as well, actually, over life rings and all sorts of things, because we have to take this seriously. We can no longer, thank you, put up signs and say, don't swim here, it's dangerous, and try and avoid, liability at the risk of encouraging people, because we just know people are going to swim in the river. We know they are, and we can't, as Deputy Mayor said, we can't turn a blind eye. So it's a tricky area to tackle, but I'm so glad that we are making a start. So thank you. I'll stop there.
I'll go next. Thank you, Sarah. Sorry, I sort of started. Are you right if I go before you? Yeah. I grew up in a little town called Waipiata in Central Otago, and it was the driest place you'd ever been to, apart from the Taieri River. And so we were river kids, and we'd go down in summer and we'd play in the river, and I learnt river safety after getting swept down the rapids, and it was the scariest thing in my life. And now, ironically, the place I lived there actually was called Hamilton in Central Otago, up the back there. And now I've moved to another Hamilton, and we've also got a river, and people don't go into it. The vision that I have for this is, having seen what the police and other stakeholders in this have got organised, it's formidable. We are just a part of this big project. They have, like SwimSafe, have lesson plans ready to go to schools on what to watch for in rivers, how to jump into a river, all that kind of thing. My vision is for every Kirikiriroa Hamilton kid to have gone into the Waikato River with their clothes on as a part of their schooling. Because you remember when we went to school camps, the big thing we did was the river crossing. Ooh, we're going to go up to our neck in our clothes. Ooh. For heaven's sakes, we've got a whole generation of kids who have never been in the river and are getting told not to go into the river because it's a dangerous place. My dream is that one day, just one day, someone will get in trouble with the river and one of our river kids will be able to do the right thing because of something that we might have done. I mean, how good would you feel having enacted that? So this energy is there, the work is there. We're not the sole funders in this. As Maxine said, SwimSafe have been looking for opportunities and ways to help us get involved. We're only doing a small part of it. Now, I see down the track, you'll remember when those two from Deep Dive Division talked to us over Zoom about dredging and scanning the river. They since have got funding from Tainui to scan the river. So Tainui are in, and I see them as fundamental to clearing the areas where we want our kids to swim down the track. Not immediately, but they're keen to offer their services as well. Everyone is into this. So can you imagine having the coolest river city? I mean, and not ignoring the river. Remember the days of the raft races? Remember the days where we used to play in the river? Now, I think this draws a really good balance between being too encouraging of getting into the river before we know what is safe and learning a little bit more, but saying, hey, we want to upskill you. So, look, the vision is there. I think we've got a really good opportunity. I'm grateful to the Deputy Mayor for being so open to the funding coming out of that fund. We've got a really good opportunity to do something absolutely flippin' fabulous here. So I hope we support this as a committee. Jeff, do you want to reply?
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I want to acknowledge Sarah and you know, the heartfelt words that you said, and it just brings it all home, doesn't it? I just want to commend you, Chair, because you haven't mentioned it today, but you've done a hell of a lot of hard work behind the scenes on this to advance it, and as have staff. So thank you for that. Yeah.
All right, we'll go to the vote on this one. I presume you're doing the staff recommendation, Jeff? Yes, good. So those in favour, show of hands. Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Well done, team. Okay, now, Mayor Paula wanted to be here for Hey Pou, so if it's all right, we will we'll pad out a little bit with the Civil Defence Emergency Management item. Kelvin, if we'd like you to go first with this one, and then we'll move into Hey Pou after that. So this is item number 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mark, and good afternoon, councillors. This is the quarterly Civil Defence report for the period between January and March 2022. I'm joined today by Mark Bang, the team leader for partnerships from the group Civil Defence, and he'll be able to answer any of the difficult questions I'm sure you've got. And this is a quarterly update. The information is there. I don't propose to go through any of that unless there are specific questions, and so I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on this? Oh, you've written a clear and concise report. Sorry, Mark. It's, you just get to sit there and look good, I think. Mangai Te Pora. You want to?
Maybe I have a question. No, I don't have a question.
Well, maybe you can move it.
I would like to declare, though, that I am doing some mahi for the group, not for Hamilton City, but for the group. But I did want to
declare that.
To declare that.
Yeah.
Open mind, obviously,
Absolutely.
and then perhaps make a statement if we are in debate.
Well, could I suggest you move it then?
I will move it.
Okay, and I'll gladly second it. All right, so we'll move into debate.
So the statement I did want to make is each time we get the Civil Defence paper through, I think if Calvin was physically here, he wouldn't even get to put his bum on the seat because we would have moved it past it and he's out the door again. But I do want to remind us as a committee and as a council, wider public, that when COVID came into place and we went into lockdown, the people that held us together, 2 of them are on that screen up there. So we need to give more focus and attention to the role that civil defence emergency management plays in the lives of our people. Helen knows, Helen was a part of all of that happening. There was a number of our staff that went across and contributed to keeping the city safe. But when we get these reports through, and perhaps genuinely there are no questions, because I agree, it is so fantastically written. But we should have questions. We should question what it is that the team is up to. We should question what the next plan is. We should question if we are prepared, and we should drill them on that, and we should ask them about that each and every time they come on our screen or sit in front of us. Because these are the people that had to carry us through, and all the contributors to that, to a nationwide lockdown that kept our members of our city fed, that kept the utilities and whatnot going. That's how important it is to us as a city. I really just wanted to note that down, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Te strong words. No other speeches. Would you like the right of reply? No. Please
I agree.
No. Well spoken. All right. So you make a good point, Te Pora, and we do tend to put these at the back of the agenda sometimes. You're right. Okay. So all that's left is to vote on that. So all those in favour that we receive the report, say aye. Dave, are you in?
Motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right, last one in the public is the Pou Manawa Ora Pillars of Wellbeing Work Plan. Mona, and Sean, is he, you're going to be there? All right, I'll just preface this and say, look, this is we know what this is about. We've seen this. I've made every effort to have briefings and get people involved and ask questions up until now. So I expect that we know what it's about. It's not often that we bring a work plan for approval to council, but Mayor Paula in particular was very keen on the idea because it's a first for us. So we wanted to have some visibility over it at this point. So I think I've set that up for you, Mona.
Just a clarification around the approval, because if I have a look in the terms of reference, we approve strategies. And we monitor and implement those strategies, but we do not, it doesn't say that we approve work plans, because that puts us in the staff.
Can I get your advice on that?
And we're governance.
Yeah, okay. You can say that if you like.
So you are right. Normally a strategy would sit, and that's where the governance area would be reviewing. However, due to the level of political interest in this matter, it was promoted to also highlight and bring it to the interest of the community so that they're aware of this discussion. So rather than just leaving it in the background going along, the decision was made to bring it forward into this committee.
To approve it or to endorse it? Because the key stickler word for me is that we are approving a staff work plan, thereby stepping outside of our governance scope.
It is regular that we will have ones like this. Another example is the disability action plan that was previously talked about.
Yeah.
It's another one that we approved at the community committee for the same reasons.
That we're approving a staff work plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your help, Amy. Okay, all right, Muna, and does everyone know Jared here, by the way? You might like to introduce Jared to us as well. He's a rock star.
You introduce yourself, Jared.
Kia ora tātou, he taima, ko Jared Wilson tēnei. Noko nei ahau, no Ngāti Haua, no Ngāti Koroki Kaukura. Kia ora tātou.
Sorry, got a froggy throat, so been doing a bit of singing lately, so I'll try and speak as clearly as I can. So, yeah. O tira, tēnā tātou. e te hea mana, Mark, tēnā koe. Koutou ngā mema pōti o te kaunihira, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, me ngā māngai Māori, e noho nei hei kanohi mo te iwi Māori. Nō reira, e mihi ana ki a tātou katoa. Jared, myself, and Sean, who's been relegated to the backbenches today, are here to speak to item 11 on the agenda, which is the Pou Manawa Ora work plan, which is attached to the report. The report seeks the committee to receive the report, obviously, and also the staff recommendation for the committee to approve the attached work plan. Just a note to councillors, you will see in the attached document, the work plan, that there are some wording in red. The wording in red referred to the feedback that we got from councillors in Māngai and have included that feedback into the work plan. Other than that, Jared and myself and Sean are happy to take any questions.
So can everybody see the attachment? Because it's quite small, but you can zoom it up there. All right, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Thank you for the documentation. Just trying to get my head around the funding. It's approximately 1.4 million over the 10-year period, 135,000. How confident are you that year 2 through to year 10, the projected quantums are likely to line up at around about 135,000 per year?
So we are grateful to the support that this council has given to support the strategy in the first instance. What you will note from the work plan is that different parts or different groups or different units throughout the organisation are responsible to support some of the outcomes outlined in the strategy itself. And so some of the budget quantum to actually support those outcomes actually sit with other groups and units. So at this particular stage, we're relatively confident without being too overconfident.
So just for clarity, those funds sitting in other units have all been included in the 135,000 a year?
No.
Right. So what's the other quantum?
So those, as an example, if you consider the work that's been done with playgrounds, so there are elements where we would engage with mana whenua to, I guess, tell the history of that area, which we might incorporate into the actual playground, the design and the features of the playground. So those are opportunities to actually support some of the outcomes in Pou Manawa Ora. So it doesn't come from the quantum that has been dedicated to the strategy itself, but I guess it's a creative way for the parks team to actually support Pou Manawa Ora through something that has been funded through the 10-year plan anyway.
Right. So the 135,000 a year, or 1.35 million over the 10 years, isn't the entire likely quantum spend of this organisation fulfilling its obligations under Pou Manawa Ora? It would be considerably higher.
Through negotiations, I guess, Councillor Ewan, there's no commitment from those other groups or units to actually support through funding those opportunities. What the work plan highlights is that there's a conversation or discussion to be had with those groups and units to consider those opportunities. So there isn't an expectation, if you like, for those groups or units to actually fund.
So from a governance standpoint, if we want to get a clearer picture every year of the amount of money allocated to meet our obligations under the policy in its entirety, how is that going to work? When is that going to be reported? Is it reported to finance every year? And is the council system set up to be able to report it accurately?
So that's something that we're working on currently, is how we measure and monitor the progress of He Pou Manawa Ora throughout the organisation. We haven't confirmed the monitoring and the measurements until we, I guess, get approval for the work plan. But that is something that we're conscious of, not just to report back to council, but also the community groups and our partners that have showed express commitment to He Pou Manawa Ora as well.
Just so if I could, Chair, just to have clarity. When we say partners, we're not talking about council. Are we talking about Tainui and some of the hapu, or who are we talking about?
I guess through the strategy there were a number of potential partners identified, Waikato Tainui being one of those partners, TGH, but also other government agencies, central government as well, like your TPKs, Te Puni Kōkiri, the Ministry of Social Development, Kāinga Ora. So working with those, or having the discussion or the conversation with them as well around how they might support some of the outcomes in He Pou Manawa Ora.
Chair, I wonder if a question to Sean in regards to, I just want to get clarity about the overall financial sum. And I'm still not sure if I've got the answer.
Sean?
Sean, what we've been told is the 1.35 over the 10 years is what we've got in the, if we can refer to it as a cookie jar, that's got Pou Manawa Ora attached. But we've also been told multiple departments of council have their own budget separate, and that in the spending and implementation of their normal budgets, they will be spending funds in addition to the Pou Manawa Ora cookie jar quantum in providing or adding to the overall policy. My question is, where do I as a governor get a clear quantum of what we spend each year in fulfilling our obligations under this policy?
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. So I think there's, so you're right in saying that there's the $135,000, so that was specifically for He Pou Manawa Ora initiatives. And you can see through the work plan, although there's a number of initiatives which are essentially embedded as part of BAU, and it's things like when we are designing new infrastructure that we take into account, potentially how do we incorporate Māori design or storytelling into the design of that. It's not that there's necessarily increased cost in doing so. So there's a number of initiatives that are listed in the work plan as part of He Pou, which don't carry with them extra cost. They're simply a different way of doing things than we might have otherwise. To your point, I think where there are things that we can potentially pull out and isolate, then we will seek to do that when we report back on how we are delivering He Pou. The things that sit outside that $135,000, there will be some things that we might be able to kind of ring fence and identify. They're things that council would have done anyway, or would have done in train prior to He Pou. So things like when we are reviewing the governance structure in the next term of council and evaluating the Mangai model, those kinds of pieces of work are work that has preceded He Pou and would be part of a work plan regardless. But what we can do is try to isolate those things when we report back, if that's helpful.
It would, because right now, I think a lot of people in the chamber would have been thinking this is, 1.4 million over 10 years, and what we've been told is, no, that's not the case. And I'm simply, and I have no doubt the Chair of Finance will be wanting to get his head around that. So some amendment to the motion that clearly says it is going to be reported in some way.
Okay, I'll let you breathe it over, and we'll carry on with some more questions and come back.
May I add a sort of another point? Sure. It's probably similar to the discussion in committee the other day around things like disability and how do we incorporate aspects of design for people with different abilities in terms of the infrastructure that we build, for example. And so it's not always easy to unpick exactly how much of the budget in building X piece of kit is related to meeting the needs of different sort of groups or things like that. So it's probably a similar kind of argument to that.
Okay, well, look, I'll let you mull that over a bit more, Ewan. And Councillor Angela has had a hand up for a while. So I caught you in mid-eating of a spoon or something there.
No, it's my Apple Pen. I was just going to clarify that it's right then. That was my understanding of it, Sean, your explanation, because in all of the outcomes sought under the pillars, there's actually only 3 that are identified as not having any funding attached. Everything else is, as you said, isn't it? Business as usual, and it says existing work program LTP funding allocated.
Is that
correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Angela.
Okay, I do have a few, just a couple of other questions. And thank you, Mona, for putting that stuff in red. I went to the briefing and offered a few suggestions, and I appreciate that. But there's still just 1 or 2 that I had questions on. On page 130, and this is under the Pillar of Unity, on the right, there it says what we will do, and this is it says continue Māori model and consider options for increasing Māori input into council decision making. I expressed that I felt that was a governance decision and shouldn't be in a strategy, and I know other members did as well. But also it's actually inconsistent wording because it says continue the model, and then in the actual outcomes sort list, if I can get there quick enough.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we did change that.
Review and evaluate. Yep. So there's some inconsistency, a two-pronged thing, concern, inconsistency, and I thought we were going to remove that because that is a governance structure decision, not for an organisational strategy.
5.3. Yep, noted.
So I think, sure, it's more than noting that I think...
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously fix up the inconsistency, but I'm also uncomfortable that it's still in there.
Chair Mark, may I comment on that?
Yes, certainly, Sean.
Thank you, Angela. I think it's a good point. I think in doing the work plan and working through the work plan. So the strategy document you're referring to was the strategy that council has approved. I think as we sort of developed the work plan, I think we realised retrospectively that the wording in that strategy was probably not appropriate, and so we tried to reflect what we believe council's intention was in the work plan, which was to evaluate the model, but we hadn't recommended any changes to the core strategy document itself. But we certainly could we could include that in the motion if that was...
something about that.
Yeah, we could include it in the motion if that was something you wanted to do.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I realised just as you were talking that we are dealing with the action plan and not the strategy. Look, I'm happy to, if other members are comfortable with keeping it in there, I'll have to decide what I'd like to do, but I know Mona, you'll address the inconsistency in the wording anyway. Just 1 or 2 other right, just on page 132, two quick questions there. The first one under, what we'll do, support Te Waka. Sorry, I am reading off the strategy. I should have put my questions into the actual action list, but they're there anyway. Is that signalling financial support? Because again, that would be something that, through budget exercising council would do, or is that supporting the work that they would do that would fit under this pillar?
So to answer your question, Councillor Angela, it's through the work that Mike does with Te Waka. It's just supporting Mike in that work, and at times both Mike and myself work together to bring to fruition some of the things that Te Waka want to do. As an example, the recent diplomat dinner that they had, so getting their cultural advice, so supporting Te Waka sort of indirectly, I guess, but trying to achieve the same results, and to note that the King was represented there, Waikato Tainui were represented there as well, so just supporting and getting guidance from Mike and to achieve the outcomes that kind of align with Te Waka's aspirations, and also have connections to Pou Manawa Ora as well.
Yeah, okay. And just last question, reviewing the procurement policy, and I can't, again, I was going off the strategy, sorry, my bad. I should have gone off the list of pillars. We've just done that, right? So.
Yep.
Okay, so that's not, we're not suggesting we would review it again. You're happy with the direction?
No. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, Chair. I'll just listen to other members in terms of just that one concern around the governance structure,
Yes, that might be a tweak to the motion potentially, but I'll let you think about that if Akau Folly lead. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. Mona and kia ora, Jared. I'm just interested in where the 3 items where it says that it's not currently funded. I do note that I think they're further out in terms of timing. So what's the plan with those? So for reference, it would be 1.1 and 2.6 and one other one somewhere, 11.3.
Yep, so there has been no funding allocated in the current LTP for those items, but we felt that it was important to leave those items or those outcomes. Well, we couldn't remove the outcomes because they were approved through the strategy document themselves. So working with staff responsible in those areas, and whether a proposal through the annual plan was required or not. So at this stage, we haven't had that discussion with the staff responsible to define whether we want to move that forward or not. Yep.
Okay, and so say for example the 2.6 looking at bilingual naming options for parks and facilities and things. I mean, at this stage, there's no funding in the 135 each year that could go towards that, or is that already kind of been allocated towards other actions?
Yep, so those are the opportunities to expend some of the money that we've received in their cookie jar, and actually allocate to those areas that are not currently funded under the current LTP.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, and so what would be, I guess, once consideration has been given to what, how to prioritise any balance of that operational funding, would that come back, or you'd report back, or is it kind of responding to things that come up as we go?
Yep, so those will be brought back to council by the group or the unit responsible, and so they will report with the note that the initiative has been supported through funding from He Pou Manawa Ora.
Right.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so it's...
I might be able to help with that one, Councillor Sarah. So if we were doing a project on a park, for example, to renew a park frontage, if this is adopted, we would take the opportunity to have bilingual signs that would be funded already as part of the existing renewals program. But if you wanted to completely change all the park signs in Hamilton at once, then that would be a separate package of work. So we could do it really slowly using renewals funding, or you could speed it up by adding extra funding. So
okay, that makes sense. And just like in terms of, because we've talked about interpretation signage, for example, along the river, and that ultimately wasn't funded in the long-term plan, but you know, there's many sites of significance along there. Is that, I guess, just in terms of, I don't know how much is available on an annual basis, but if, you know, in terms of what projects you might prioritise, what might they be? Might it include something like interpretation signage or?
Yep, so, you know, with it, so it does include those opportunities to support interpretation signage where infrastructure aren't able to deliver that cost. But if we feel or deem it to be important, that interpretation panel be done, then we have that bucket of money to actually fund it.
Okay.
Yeah, without risking the other priorities within He Pou Manawa Ora. So it's going to be a balancing act. It's not a huge bucket.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. Councillor Martin.
So if we look at 1.5, 1.6, so at a higher level, we have the development of shared history, and I think this builds on Councillor Sarah's question. So we're going to take Putikitiki Street as an example. When the new sign goes up, there's going to be an interpretive signage for that in the former Dawson Park, and presumably that will be a bit of a model for the shared history of that area. We're going to do that. Now, that will come out of what budget? The streets or the parks and that'll come out of a budget.
I'm looking at Maria.
Because I just want to take that, just bear with me, I want to take that as an example. I'm sorry to drill down on this. So that will come out of your budget?
Yeah, that specific example, Councillor Martin, we've had a resolution of council to do that for Putikitiki Street Te Wehinga Park renaming. So we will have to fund that out of our reactive lines.
And when I'm walking down the street and in the new park, if I'm a visitor to Hamilton, I'll join the 80% of people to learn with respect about the history and the background of that area. That's what it will achieve, right?
Absolutely.
So from that principle, what are the practical steps to start moving that? Because as I've said, I have a thing about when I go to parks, either dual naming or single naming, I love to learn about the history, and I always find the existing history things I see around the city with Lower Livingston, remember, you can see some of those and others, incredibly useful as a visitor and a Hamiltonian, member of Kirikiriroa. What's the next steps in that under this policy, and how and where will I see that, and when?
Well, I'll dive in there, Murray.
I can probably help, Muna, if you need it.
My intent is I've got the high level, which this document is, I get that, but I want to see the road ahead. I want to see the tin tacks about a journey of interpretive signage and history signage around the city.
So as I mentioned before, Councillor Martin, I think, you know, we have had some direction in the past. There's Ngā Tapua o Hotamoia, which speaks to what iwi expect as a priority for interpretation on our riverside reserves. We've managed to achieve some of that, not all of it. So if council wishes to accelerate those stories or that cultural history in the form of interpretive signage on sites, then we would either bed it into projects that are existing funded, or if you wanted to accelerate it, you would have to fund it separately.
So through the chair, would you need from the incoming council amended direction so that if the incoming council wants to pursue that, you know, there's a specific direction, existing funding, or it's an LTP or an AP?
So the direction in Pou Manawa Ora would be directing staff to embed that as much as we can into our existing projects. And again, if that was accelerated beyond what was already planned for, then the incoming council would have to make a conscious decision on that.
So that would be part of a GM report. So, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is I think there's a real priority, in my humble view, for the majority of our citizens and residents to have the opportunity to casually, when they're walking around the city, to learn about our totality of human history. That's obvious. 3 years ago, I was asked in a newspaper questionnaire around Bryce Street. 3 years ago, I said, at least can we get some interpretive signage up, you know, to discuss histories of certain streets, all right? Just so for information. 3 years later, it's still a zero. Maybe in another 3 years. So what I'm trying to explore is you have the policy, which is excellent, but it's the actual implementation and what further decision-making council has to undertake. And I think, Marie, you probably answered, but just give me is the new council has to say, look, this is what we want?
Well, I think this gives the staff the licence to do this as part of our work, and I just want to point out as well that there are other ways of storytelling, and I use the historic cemeteries where there's actually an app, really low cost. People can jump on the app and get a virtual tour of the site, so there's more than one way to do this. So it doesn't have to be about physical signs either.
So through the chair, that as a result of this policy, that further implementation work will be presented to the incoming council. Do we?
May I?
Yes, please.
Add to that? Yeah. So in the work plan, Councillor Martin, off the back of the workshop, we added in that, taking the opportunities to tell the stories of our shared history to exactly sort of address this point. As Marie has said, we can do that sort of relatively slowly where things come up, but we have put that in there as part of the strategy and communication kind of responsibility as well, with some of that funding from the Pou Manawa Ora to fund some of those things. So if the action plan is approved today, then we could get some of that work underway.
That'll be the effect. That'll be the tangible example of what. And I'm just taking that as the one example. We'll see. All good. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I just get my head around paragraphs 16, 17 and 18 on financial considerations and this 135,000 or 1.3 million over 10 years. Is that a sort of a fund that would be drawn upon if what we hoped could be done to serve Hippo in 17 does not occur? Because, you know, if I use the example of Marie with the playground, or no, sorry, your example, Muna, with the playground, that may have a Māori influence in it, which would have been a playground we would have built anyway from existing budgets, then that's largely all covered. But I just don't know where the 135 fits in terms of, is that a top-up, or is it a budgeted item which is spent irrespective of any projects that we might deliver?
So if that particular playground didn't require additional funding, then we wouldn't fund it. I think it's important to note to councillors that the current budget structure for Pou Manawa Ora is that $62,000 of that particular budget, $135,000 a year, has been dedicated to an FTE. So we're only left with the remainder. So we don't have $135,000 because 62, I think it's 62, is that correct, Sean? Is actually dedicated to an FTE, which is seated beside me.
it would have been useful to have had that in the report. Because I think that the 135 from the discussion appeared to me to be a fund available that might help top up, and it might also cover off 18, where we had a partner coming along and saying, look, we want to do this, we'll contribute half, will you contribute the other half? And we've got that fund that we could tap into to do that. So that fund is only really 62,000 after the payment of the FTE.
Yep. And these other bits of other initiatives within He Pou Manawa Ora as well, like the Mātauranga framework that would support council, the personal development opportunities to increase te reo Māori or knowledge around tikanga, said there's all those other
so the 135 has essentially already been committed and potentially spent.
Yep.
Yep, okay, all right, that's good, I understand that now. That same paragraph, though, goes on to say to partially fund, and I'm just a little bit worried about how top-ups which might be needed might be funded if this is an indicator that throughout the year you might need additional funds for, say, a joint venture project with an external partner. How would that be handled insofar as reporting back to either this committee or council? Would it be a project specific if it wasn't already part of 17, which is the existing long-term plan?
Yep, similar to the earlier example is that if, for instance, it was a treaty program that we had purchased on behalf of councils to engage in, to increase their capabilities and knowledge around treaty responsibilities. So we would negotiate with Dave's organisational development, and they may be able to partially fund the program, and they may not have enough to fund the entire program, and we deem it as being extremely important that councillors get their training, so the He Pou Manawa Ora fund is available to actually ensure that happens.
But that fund isn't funded, is it? The He Pou Manawa Ora. That fund that you just referred to is not funded because we've spent the 135,000, haven't we?
When you say...
We spent half of it. You say we spent 6.
We spent half of it.
I thought we'd spent all of it in terms of what was already committed from your earlier statement.
Sean?
May I sort of help clarify that? Yeah. So in the work plan, so the work plan includes initiatives which are the $135,000 includes is funding some of those initiatives. Others are already funded by existing kind of BAU. Yep. We will cut our cloth to fit, essentially. So we're not aiming to spend more than what has been allocated of that $135,000. The things, in terms of the reference to the partially funded in the report, that's reference to some of those things which I think Councillor Sierra referenced before, which say they're not funded through the long-term plan. We've included them in the action plan because we think they're important to deliver the outcomes. Yep. Yep. So through the appropriate annual plan or long-term plan process, we will identify these things which were included in the action plan, not funded, and you can make a decision to fund them or not. Okay. If things come up during the year where there are opportunities or we think it's important that we do fund something additional to the 135, we'll bring those to the appropriate committee for approval. But that's essentially kind of how that process should work.
Yep, okay, thank you. All right, I understand it a lot better now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Just monitoring everybody's energy, and just as a quick interruption of pattern, I'll just ask that with our least dominant hand, right, so if you're left-handed, use your right hand, and you're left-handed, use your right hand, could you please high-five the person next to you? Okay, right, okay. All right. Okay, absolutely pathetic. Do you know the secret to a good high-five? Yes, now try it now, but look at their elbow while you're doing it. Try this, okay, try it now. Way better.
Left elbow.
Hey, there we go. See? So you did learn something from the community meeting today. Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you, Rob, for your questions. What's that? How to do a good high five. It's an absolute skill. Maungai Te Pora, you're up.
I am literally up.
Sorry, Angela, you didn't get to play in that exercise, but you might want to.
That's all right. Who else is helping to implement He Pou Manawa Ora? How many, are we just talking about one FTE? Or is that you, Mina, and Jared, plus 10 others?
So at the moment, Jared's been brought on as He Pou Manawa Ora lead, so he will be leading out the strategy on behalf of council. I do have another day job, which is looking after our relationship. So at the moment, I would honestly say that we have one FTE, which is Jared.
And that's the one FTE that comes out of what we know.
Yep.
So we've got 135K, one FTE, left with 62K to deliver on full PO landmark strategy to go through. That's
Yep.
what you're saying there. When we just go back to the prosperity, pillar of prosperity, and we're talking about Te Waka, that what I understood you mean from that is that we in our Kirikiriroa hat would give effect to Whare Oha Oha, which is the Regional Economic Development Strategy.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that would be the same with the other, so there's regional strategies in that. We're going to put our flavour of Kirikiriroa into that and pull that through, like the housing network.
Yep, that's correct, with supporting Mike in his work. So he's the expert in this area.
Is this, are we, the work plan that we've got here, is that sustainable for one person to carry an entire organisation and come out with a success? Is it sustainable to have one person carry that?
Hard question.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I can answer that question. Honestly, no. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So can I add something, perhaps, if that's okay?
Sorry?
So I think so Jared is dedicated to He Pou essentially, and you're right in saying that he's the one. I think the point is that, and I guess through the work plan, when we talked about lots of this being part of BAU, there are lots of people in the organisation who are doing things and who've bought into the outcomes of He Pou and will be delivering a lot of the work in here. But you are right, there is sort of a single person and sort of coordinating that activity and, for example, reporting back on outcomes and measures, etc. So that is Jared.
Thank you.
Thank you, Te Pora. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
I've got a question about 5.5 in Pillars of Unity. That's page 141, I think. And there's an action point there which is develop and implement a treaty statement of intent policy in conjunction with iwi, hapu, matawaka, which is reflected in development of all council strategies, policies, plans and service delivery. And my question about that is, I suppose I'm wondering why that's necessary. Are we adhering to the principles of the treaty as an organisation at the moment?
The reason, I guess the reason for including that particular action, Deputy Mayor Jeff, is that currently within council we have no statement or policy that actually reflects our responsibility to the treaty. So there's nothing that I am aware of that gives guidance to governors or to staff around their treaty responsibilities. And I just thought it may be useful to have that discussion whether we needed something like that to actually support decision making at a governance level, at a staff level as well. So, you know, that's an action point. It doesn't mean that it's going to eventuate or happen, but that's one of the things that in particular Jared wants to explore, have the discussion around, do we need it?
Well, it's in this plan at the moment.
Yep, so it's an action that we want to follow up on as staff. So we'll get clear direction from council, from staff and from our partners whether it's required or not. If they tell us that we don't need it, then we won't continue with the action. We would have fulfilled the action.
I think the point the Deputy Mayor's making is that it's develop and implement. It's there definitively as if it's going to happen. But what you're saying is that you're going to see if it needs to happen. So is that the wording that you're worried about there?
Oh no, I mean it's pretty full blown. It's because you're going to embed this, the one before it. You're going to embed these principles in the review and development of all council strategies, plans, policies, and service delivery. Yep. So yeah, I mean, who are you thinking would not want it? I mean, surely iwi, hapu, and matawaka. What do you think their response will be to that?
You would think that they would support something like that for council, or they may consider that there's something else that should be in its place that might better serve the partnership. But you know, I guess the action is really prompting the discussion. What is it? Is it a treaty policy or statement, or what does that look like?
Okay. Oh, but at present, we are not. We are adhering to the principles of the treaty as an organisation.
We don't have anything like that currently to support staff or elected members. So there's nothing similar to the question that Te Pora asked around, do we have a koha policy? No, we don't. So there's a few things that we don't have that might be useful, but until we have the conversation, we don't know. So it's kind of like an action for us as staff to follow up on. Do we need it or don't we?
Thank you.
So do you think our wording might be a little bit presumptive then in that case? Could we change that to investigate as opposed to develop and implement? Would that answer the question you're getting asked there?
Yep. I guess we took it to the briefing and nobody challenged that particular action, so we just left it as is. Yep.
Yeah. So it's getting challenged. So. All right, we'll take a note of that anyway. Councillor, are you finished there, Deputy Mayor? Yep. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Look, I just had a couple of follow-up questions after my good friend Mangai Tapora. In regards to just one person having the responsibility to manage the implementation of the work plan. Just to try to get a better clarity on that, because I don't believe that's the case. So if you look at page 141, and let's take a look at the thing that the Deputy Mayor just raised, 5.5. And that's developed what is quite a significant bit of work. That's not done by Gerard, is it? Gerard. Sorry, it's not done by our, rather than use individual names, it's not done by our FTE allocated to Pou Manawa Ora. It's done by strategy and communications.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. Just to also answer some of the others that have already been asked. Yes, I do sit in the position of He Pou Manawa Ora lead,
sure.
But it's not my strategy, it's not my action plan, it's our action plan.
Right.
So my role is to connect the people needed to bring these to life.
Sure.
So to answer your question, I may not be the person that writes and implements Tiriti o Waitangi statement of intent for council.
So
but I will be part of connecting the people needed to make that happen. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I get it. In fact, it says here, group responsible under 5.5 is strategy and communication. Right. And so they will do the, you will be the captain of the ship, putting it in direction, hearing, facilitating, and then they will write the strategy in the comms. Right? That's what it says here.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Cool. And the budget for that doesn't come out of the 62,000 that's left over out of the cookie jar for Pou Manawa Ora. It just gets funded out of the strategy and comms budget. Is that correct?
May I answer that?
Yeah. Sure.
Jared is part of the strategy and communications group. So when we're saying the group responsible, so Jared would either be writing it or working with people in the wider team to write it, or we would be engaging external resource that would be funded by that $130,000 to do that piece of work.
All right. So let's use another example. It wasn't particularly helpful for me, Sean. Let's look at 5.7. And let's look at the development and introduction of an organisation-wide Te Reo Māori, etc. Who's doing that work?
So the people in organisational performance.
Right.
So that's David Bryant's group.
Excellent. And so that doesn't come out of the budget of the 62,000?
Correct.
Right. So as a percentage of the actual significant portion of actual funding for all of these different initiatives, they do not come out of the $62,000 budget that's left for Pou Manawa Ora, part of the $135,000 a year, making the 1.3. The majority of spending will come out of existing budgets within units within council.
Correct.
Thank you. So the narrative when it comes to the financial, if I now turn to item 11, page financial considerations. Number 16. I raised it earlier today with the General Manager, Helen, on this issue, that the financial considerations are $135,000 a year, but in fact, that's not the actual financial ramifications, is it?
What's being requested today is not, there's no funding being requested today. Budgets have been allocated as part of the long-term plan, so budgets have already been allocated. This work plan doesn't require you to approve any further funding.
Right. So are you saying that when setting each of the units' budgets in their entirety for this annual plan, that you had already expensed out what you believe was the financial ramifications of the implementation of the work plan for Pou Manawa Ora?
I think it's probably more correct to say that once the work plan for Pou Manawa Ora has been developed, by looking at what work other parts of the organisation are doing or would do within their BAU to deliver the outcomes in HEPO. There are some things which weren't able to be, which we thought were important actions, which weren't funded as part of BAU, and that is what their 135 is paying for. So things over and above what was already funded in BAU.
So that's really helpful, Sean. That means there's been a lot of work on it. So great. Tell me, what is the figure across all the units as part of the annual budget that covers the obligations for Pou Manawa Ora, excluding the 135? Because you've told me that it's BAU, business as usual. Excellent. So what is the quantum?
So I think it's pretty much the similar answer to the previous question asked earlier on, which was these things are embedded into BAU, they're not ring-fenced and identified specifically as initiatives to deliver HEPO.
Okay, help me. Let's say we go back. Let's go back to people and organisational performance. Let's go back to 5.7. We've said we are going to do the action, and the group responsible is people and organisation performance, and it's already funded under the LTP. That's what your work plan tells me. What's the quantum? I mean, it's our work plan.
Yeah, so
We've said we're funding it. We're telling you who's funding it. What are we funding?
So as part of the overall training and development program, there will be an element which incorporates this. It's not specified or ring-fenced as delivering this specific thing in the training and development budget or plan. But when the training and development team is developing their annual plan or their what are the organisation capabilities we need to build, this will be incorporated into that. It's not a specific thing which is funded separately to other items.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. All right, let's keep it clipping along if we can. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you. Just in terms of this, what we're here to, can I ask a question today? What you're asking of us is to approve some site and direction of actions that can give effect to Pou Manawa Ora, which we unanimously twice voted for, isn't it, right? So today we're just focused on the actions that give some effect to the policy that we all unanimously voted on twice. Is that correct?
Try and keep it a little less political, but that would be great.
Oh, I will. Like, just like everyone, I will. Is that correct? Thank you. Just in terms of the finances, because I take Ewan's point around what's in other budgets. It's really hard when things overlap, isn't it? But Sean, you did say that no extra budget has been assigned. So is this then just giving sight and focus to actions that we would be needing to be doing anyway and lining them up better with the strategy? Is that what this is about? So, I mean, I looked at some of them. Oh, gosh, I haven't got the right page here. I looked at some of them like the work in native restoration, green space, climate, economic development. We're already doing some of that, but this gives a sight, a focus and direction to it, isn't it? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
So we needn't fear that all of a sudden we're by stealth spending money that we didn't allocate here, because that work we'd be doing that work, wouldn't we?
Correct.
So in terms of some of the costs of I was looking at number 10, I think, I'm just on the wrong page here, which is the economic development one. So increase new, it's 9, Māori economic business activity. There's a small cost attached to that. We've undertaken the procurement, which is already done. We are always working in partnership with Māori and Pacifica to find new businesses, economic development opportunities, right, including cultural tourism. So is there any idea or any thought given to the amount of benefit that we derive from those partnerships with iwi? And I suppose, like the inland port, which we wouldn't be getting if it wasn't for partnership with Waikato Tainui, the really nice redevelopment of the centre place that we all really love wouldn't be happening, would it, without that considerable partnership? And that brings, I don't know, how much does that contribute to the economy of Hamilton? I mean, it's a genuine question. We're doing this for a result, right? We're trying to derive economic benefit.
It's quite a hard one to answer, I think.
You can't shake your head, Ewan. It's a genuine question.
I don't know that it's actually answerable, though. That's the trouble.
Okay, I'll talk to that in debate.
Good.
So today, you're really asking for councillors to say which of these actions have we nailed properly? These are the ones that we really want to focus on. or which actions would you prefer for us to remove? Is that what we're, or not focus on, potentially? Now, we've had a couple of workshops on that, haven't we? About three, I think. So council's had its opportunities to put in and out of here.
Yeah, but
So today's the last chance. If people feel really strongly that one of the actions is off beam.
yeah, we've had a couple of those already in there. We've had the one that Councillor Angela brought up. I've asked about the rather than just the implementation of a tiriti policy thing, you're going to investigate it rather than that.
Yeah, sorry, I missed I just came in on the end of
so
Angela's comments.
that's kind of been happening already.
Yeah, so that's the sole purpose for today, is really to land this implementation plan
Yeah,
in a
or
way
to agree with it or disagree with the whole thing. It's totally up to people.
So question on that though, if you disagree with the whole thing, but you've agreed with the policy, what does that mean? Does it become a coffee table?
Yeah, I'll have a go at answering that. So what's the point of order?
What's the point of order?
Well, the point of order is, I think you're misleading the chamber. The reality is they're two separate issues. One was a broad policy with no financial ramifications.
No, I haven't finished my statement, and I think it will clarify it, Ewan, if you just let me finish.
Okay, well, I will uphold the point of order, but I'll get you to elaborate your question to make it clearer.
What I'm asking is that if we don't, what's the outcome of not adopting the implementation plan? We then have a policy or strategy we can't advance very far. Is that the outcome?
Sean, what's your understanding?
I mean, I'm genuinely frustrated by that.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I think the implication would be that we would continue with the actions which were we'll probably have to bring individual actions back to council for approval, I think, is because the direction of council would simply be that the actions in the action plan, you didn't want to do them. And so we would have a strategy which you have approved and an action plan which you haven't. So it would require us to probably bring individual projects or back to council for consideration.
Yeah, so come back to that point about oversight. Okay, so that's fine. I had one more question. Lost it. Sorry, I've lost it. I'll come back.
Okay, we'll go to Ollie and then come back to your question.
Question for you. Do you think there's a risk of bringing work plans like this to a committee when the strategy's been approved by council, the long-term plan, the annual plan budgets have been approved, these have been put into staff work plans under the delegated authority of the Chief Executive, his general managers and his unit managers?
I can take you back to...
I'll second that motion.
I'll take it back if it was a motion.
It's a genuine
I'll take you back
question.
to my initial comments, Ollie. Point's well made. It's not normal to do this, and we've addressed this a couple of times today, but because of, as Amy said, the political nature of this, the fact it's new and it's big, it is massive, members wanted more visibility over this. So I make no apology for bringing it here.
Second question, and my good friend and respected colleague, Councillor Wilson, has referred to the budget as a cookie jar on probably 4 occasions. So I've got a question for Mona and Jared, he pātai mai kōrua. Nō reira he taniwha pihikete kōrua, which is, if the budget is a cookie jar, are they cookie monsters? I'll withdraw that question. Thank you.
I just had a visual of... No, I'll get in trouble with my visuals. Right, we're not going to go there. Okay. All right, are there no more... Paula, did you... Sorry, Mayor Paula, did you have your... That was your question? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Right, so where we left, that is... We'll draw questions to a close now. Thank you for your patience, everybody, and thank you for your questions. Now, where are we at? What I'd like to do, actually, is we'll take a 5-minute break, because I just want to gather up the thoughts we've got from people. Then we'll look for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll go. So we will be back at... we'll make it 3:10 on that clock, and we'll be starting properly. We have a motion and we have some movers. We're just going to check the wording of that motion. There we go. So, Dave and Ollie, are you happy to, now you got the mover and the seconder in the right order? You're moving, you're seconding? Yep. Okay, so Angela, can you see that there?
Yeah, I can. Thanks to Councillor McPherson and Mangai Ollie for including that. Thank you.
Cool. That just tidies that up, that consistency. All right. So there are no more questions. There are no amendments. We will move into debate. Councillor McPherson.
I'm actually not going to debate very much because I don't think this is the place where we should be. I don't even think it should be in front of us, the work plan. It's a staff member's work plan. Ollie put it much better than I can when he spoke just beforehand, and his proverb was especially accurate. We don't debate work plans in other parts of council. We don't subject staff to some of the cross-examination that happened today. We do ask questions of clarification, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I don't have a problem with that. And a couple of those clarifications have resulted in the tweaks that are in red that have just gone up on the wall. No problem with things like that to get stuff straight. But the details of it and the budget, as Sean said, has already been approved. You're not being asked for any more money. We're not being asked to change the strategy. So it's, in a sense, not our business. We want to see the monitoring and the results, and we want to review the policy when it's time to review the policy. And that should be that's supposed to be our job. As you all know, as Councillor Jeff said, he's never seen me get into the kitchen, so nor should anyone else. Quite seriously, I think people do need to reflect on the way they've treated a couple of issues in relation to Māori here today, and the equity or lack thereof in terms of the way they treat those issues compared with other work streams that come through council. We're paying attention in minute detail to things in this area, which I don't think is appropriate and I don't think is equitable. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Angela had her hand up. I didn't see it there. And then your next, Councillor Paula.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Dave has just said, and again, thank you to the mover and seconder for including that tweet for me. Sort of agree with what Mangai Ollie said, but at times we do action plans at the same time as the strategy, and at times we do a strategy and then we do an action plan after. Or apparently now they're called outcomes, as I've learnt with, Dave and I have learnt, and Sarah with Access Hamilton. So Access Hamilton will soon be coming to you with a whole strategy and the outcomes embedded in the strategy. So I guess that's the preferred model and best practice. Because we've done these two things separately and a period of time has happened in between that, I guess that's caused some of the concerns and friction that we've heard today. But look, I agree with Mayor Paula. Actually, she took the words, some of my debate words right out of my mouth. I think the outcomes sought, not the action plan, are solid. 90% of it is business as usual and puts a lens and focus, and I guess as the crow flies, a line of sight between what we've already approved in terms of budgets and priorities in our LTP with the strategy. So I guess we've just done things back to front, which is not ideal, but this council, I think this term has tried to, I guess, try to put some foundation around a lot of the work that we've done, and we have done it a little bit back to front, but at least we've done it. So look, I haven't had a lot to do with this strategy. I appreciate the team and I think it was Mayor Paula and Councillor Bunting and someone else that have had a lot of work to do with it. So appreciate that and appreciate the feedback that you've taken on board to consider everyone's opinion. So thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to start and say thank you to you, Mark, Chairman Mark, because you actually did the lion's share of the work, not me. And you have taken a lead on this all through and done probably more than anyone else, including leaders through some workshops which councillors have all been able to participate in. I want to address a couple of issues because there's some misrepresentation of council's position, and particularly my own, circulating in the social media world. This work actually started under Mayor King. He was the one who proposed that we needed to pull all our work together and give visibility to a way of working with Māori. He said we need a Māori plan. So the initial idea came from him and I acknowledge him for it. But we named it, we worked on with the community on it and we formed it up. Not all of this is new work, as has already been said. To some extent it's bringing things all into one place so that have visibility, structure and direction. 2 times Council voted unanimously on Pou Manawa Ora to support it, and today we're here to guide some of the actions that help implement it. So we won't all agree on every last action. There's some things that I feel very comfortable with and some things I feel slightly uncomfortable with. That's the process. To vote now against the implementation plan would be a huge turnaround. Some people might describe that as a flip-flop. And it would be a slap in the face for the wider community, including those who've had input, which is the whole wide community, not just iwi. There are some in the community who seek to create division and distrust amongst us all, and this does not lead to good conversations. And in this cultural space right now, this city needs courageous, collaborative conversations. We need to talk with our community. And this strategy, this implementation plan will enable us to do that and to leverage good things that are already happening and get more from them. Also, it does seem perverse to have a really well-qualified, eager person to do some work and then not to give them any resources to carry out the work. So that seems a little strange. So I'm very pleased that you are here to do the work, and I wish you the very best with it. This doesn't take anything from the community, it takes nothing from anyone else, nothing at all. It just adds focus and value, and it gives effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi as well, which of course we have to.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you, and thanks to the previous speakers. And despite the explanation at the beginning of this item, I'm still perplexed as to why we would unanimously agree on a strategy, support that strategy with funding through our long-term plan, and then within a very short time, get right into the kitchen to micromanage the actions and potentially strip away some of the autonomy of staff to deliver on the PO goals. This action plan is largely a management staff action plan, and to give it this level of interrogation is unfair. I thank Mayor Paula and our Chair, Councillor Bunting, Māngai Te Pora, and your leadership in the work that you've done with staff, Muna and Jared, to complete these actions on Council's behalf. They're tangible actions to form a foundation on which to build and grow a mutually beneficial partnership with mana whenua, and to also send a really clear message that our Council has a commitment to that being enduring. So instead of dwelling on the negative politics, I'd like us to focus on these actions and those that can strengthen Council's relationship with mana whenua and those that seek to fulfil all aspects of the wellbeing PO.
Thank you, Maxine.
Some will have you thinking, I'm not quite finished yet, some will have you thinking that this is about giving something up. But to me, it's about getting much, much more. A deeper understanding of our cultural awareness and our responsibilities of that. And I welcome and endorse the actions before us today. Kia ora. I'm finished.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Mark. There's been a couple of comments today regarding some level of surprise that this issue has attracted so much interest and debate in the chamber, and they've commented that unanimously it had been supported in the past. Let's get the facts correct. Pou Manawa Ora as a plan with no funding around it, no work plan around it, was supported unanimously. I was there. I remembered it. And since then, we've had iterations of change, and we've now got a work plan with a lot more detail, and as part of the most recent annual plan, we approved some funding. And let me make sure it's really clear. The annual plan funding for Pou Manawa Ora was not unanimous. So I think those who say that it was...
Point of order, I'm referring to the LTP, and at that point it was unanimous, but you may be correct about the annual plan.
Righto, carry on, Ewan. Thank you.
Second point of order. It's Hei Pou Manawa Ora. Correct pronunciation, please.
Okay.
Missing a whole word there.
Sorry, I'll uphold that too if you like. Hei Pou Manawa Ora. Is that all right, Ewan?
That's fine. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Clearly, I will be consistent with the way I treated the funding of this matter at the annual plan, and I do not support Hei Pou Manawa Ora. I believe it is divisive. I believe it reopens unnecessary wounds, and it has led to this entire narrative. And look, I support the fact, Mayor Paula, that you've worked hard to bring this ahead, and I've supported.
Be directed at me. This is a council policy. It's not to be directed at me.
I'm not
Chair
quite
Bunty,
sure
I
of the
have to
of
point
order
out
you're
that
making. Roll on, Ewan, please. Roll on.
Councillor Maxine thanked Mayor Paula, thanked Manga Tapora and yourself for your leadership. But now when I acknowledge that you did that, you raised a point of order. Where's the consistency with that?
All right, hold on. Okay, everyone, taihoa. That'll do. Thank you. All right. Is this a relevant point of order, Maxine? Are you being misquoted?
My thank you was to them for the work done and the workshopping of it on council's behalf with staff.
Yeah, I don't think.
Not as a.
I haven't questioned that.
Not as. Yes, you did.
Okay, well, we'll roll on if that's all right, Maxine. Everyone's getting a bit head up. That's fine. Let's roll on.
Success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. So suddenly either this is a successful thing and we have to congratulate people for the work, or suddenly no, they weren't involved and this isn't something they've driven. The reality is it's here, and we now begin to understand the scale of the financial ramifications. It's led to the removal of, it's part of the narrative of removing Captain Cook, and the fact that we haven't put it back. Captain Hamilton. It started, it's also been in regards to the street names, and now we're getting a really interesting insight into the issue of the money. So I tried really hard today to get a true picture. If I read the Waikato Times article, it was roughly $135,000 a year. But actually, staff confirmed that in fact the actual budgets for a majority of the work isn't included in that quantum. And so that the average person is still not sure exactly what this policy has cost council. Let me have a few more minutes because I was interrupted about 4 times. The reality is, Councillor McPherson, and you will know this, Councillor McPherson, you will know this better than most. Pou Manawa Ora is an example of many plans and policies that council do. They create it without any financial ramifications initially, and then we implement it and it becomes a plan or a policy. And then the next year we start adding all the financial elements and the work elements. And the poor public are taken along this journey not actually knowing exactly what the financial ramifications are. And I sit here today and I still don't know what the actual ramifications of this plan is.
I'll get you to one.
And so this is why I'm not supporting it.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I'll be voting against the work plan for this policy today because I don't believe we've got a mandate for it. I'm not saying it's a deliberate thing, and this is certainly well-intentioned, but I think the more the work plan has developed, the more I think we are leaving our residents behind. I want to stop this plan in its tracks before it goes any further, because if we haven't got the wider community behind us, the work plan will fail. And I think this work plan absolutely should be debated freely, because it is where a vague strategy becomes real actions and reality. I put it to you that this has come a long way since the strategy was first made public. We have every right to focus on the work plan, because that's where the rubber hits the road. When this strategy was first proposed, I envisaged something far smaller and self-contained. What I've seen since the Mayor launched the plan at Hamilton Gardens in February last year is something that has become bigger than Ben-Hur, and I think it's moved well beyond what should have been its scope. The problem with this strategy is that it's all one-way traffic. I think it's about redress for past wrongs, with a degree of virtue signalling in there, rather than genuine unity. Unity implies everyone gets something out of this. Where are the wins for non-Māori here? Where is any recognition of 160 cultures in our city? Where is the recognition that 27% of our population was born outside New Zealand? It seems one-dimensional to me. And as I said earlier, it's all going one way. What might be important to other Hamiltonians? Well,
is the
that's not a point of
160
order.
plus.
I think that's
sorry, it's an infact.
Mayor Paula, I think that's a point of debate rather than a point of order with respect.
Can I finish asking my point of order?
Well, what's your point of order, please? Because I'm getting a little bit tired of these points of order.
It's got to be factual.
Well, if the chairman is not going to allow point of orders, I won't raise it.
What's your point of order, please, Mayor Paula?
Incorrect factual information. He said, where is the evidence of what we're doing for 160 other ethnicities? Well, that's in the welcoming plan, and that's in our work with the Welcome Settlement Centre. This particular focus is on something else. Yes, we have a wider thing, and yes, we have a Māori plan.
We're back in debate, Mr.
I don't know that, Mayor Paula, I think with respect, I don't know that we can question the factualness of a question. Would that be fair?
No, I don't think it is.
May I continue,
You're
Mr.
making
Chair?
the ruling.
All right, well, look, overall, moving on.
Can I continue, Mr. Chair?
It's incorrect.
Yeah, carry on. Thanks, overall. Thank you.
So as I was saying, what might be important to other Hamiltonians? Well, Captain Hamilton, as Ewan has referred to, well, he's not coming back in a hurry, that's clear. He's been packed away in storage for 732 days, and he ain't coming back in a hurry. For that, we have to wait to be told whether statues and monuments, European style, will be allowed again. Goodness knows when we'll hear that. There's no direct reference.
What's the point of order, Dave?
Point of order is that the statue they're referring to is one single person. There are plenty of other statues of Europeans in this city. A factual error. Plenty of other statues that have never been questioned.
What statement did the Deputy Mayor make that was unfactual?
He talked about all European statues. He just did. Didn't you hear him?
No, I said for that we have to be told whether statues and monuments European
other European ones. He said not. He wasn't referring to one.
But there's a policy to have a look at the work plan. There's a policy.
All right, we're going to
check what he actually said.
God.
Move on, Jeff, please.
All right.
Sorry, Dave, I'm going to move it on.
Secondly, there's no direct reference to changing street names in here, but don't be fooled. If an application is made, this council will consider it, And of course, each staff report, just as it did with Von Tempsey Street a few weeks ago, will come back recommending a change because we've committed to her Pou Manawa Ora. Tainui has told us that Bryce Street is the next cab off the rank. They're seeing a real opportunity here, and I don't blame them. 160, that's the number of cultures living in this city right now. Not 2. And they love the city with a passion, and they work like crazy, and they want the city to go ahead together. Wouldn't it be marvellous if we had a strategy bent on reflecting all the wonderful cultures in this city? That's what would interest me. We're all different cultures, but we're all one people. I don't see that in this work plan. Thank you.
Time. Right. Councillor Pascoe. See, here you go.
Thank you, Chair. I think as an elected member, I have every right to scrutinise spending of council and not be accused of being paranoid about spending on Maori initiatives. This particular report, paragraphs 16 through to 18, very, very poorly constructed. It talks about 135,000. We had to tease over many questions exactly what that 135,000 covered. And then later in the same sentence, it talks about it will only partially fund. And so we still do not know what is missing in that partial funding. Just in terms of scrutinising the expenditure, I think if you think back to the river safety, I put the same lens over the river safety budget, which had mistakes in it, in terms of trying to get my head and hopefully the head of other councillors around what the report actually meant in terms of council spending. And remembering also, and I didn't accentuate that then, that we're starting a year in less than a month's time with a $14 million operating deficit, which we're going to be borrowing. So, look, I think any level of expenditure, whether there's any instance of it having been previously discussed, requires continued scrutiny to make sure that our ratepayers are getting value for money. One of the principles in Tiriti is partnership, and I still don't see in this. You know, we go to paragraph 18. Staff will also seek to leverage external partnerships to help progress and fund initiatives. I would have thought by now we would have started that process. It says will, so it's a future tense. I'm really disappointed that we haven't already got partners at the table saying, hey, we've got some projects that we would like to either fund or co-fund. So we're starting after the event, when the event has been around, and the intent of council, the unanimous intent of the strategy and the decision of council was to get going on this. Look, I would like to see this initiative proceed. I'm not going to vote against it, but I really think that I will continue to reserve the right to scrutinise the spending to make sure in these uncertain times and these high spending times by this council that we are continuing, or we're starting to get, because I don't think we are continuing to get good value for our residents.
Thank you, Rob. Right to time. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair.
Nice work.
So, as part of my debate, I'd like to make a few clarifications. This was funded in the long-term plan. Unless anyone can prove me otherwise, I don't recall any discussions in the annual plan around He Pou Manawa Ora. So we'd already signed this off in the long-term plan. So this funding was already decided. When it comes to strategies, this is how a strategy works. If you look at any of our strategies, they're not just about additional spending and additional projects. They're about influencing the everyday business of council and often doing things in a different way. Look at our Nature in the City strategy, the upcoming climate change strategy. It's not necessarily a bunch of new actions that we're undertaking. Many things will just be having
will require council to take new things into consideration when making decisions. It will mean that, you know, we may design something differently. It doesn't necessarily mean that we spend more. And so when I'm looking at this action plan, a lot of the stuff in here is just council as usual, except doing things a bit differently, making sure that when we are carrying out council business, we're doing it in a way which delivers on the principles in He Pou Manawa Ora. So to Councillor Wilson's point, I don't see how Councillor Wilson can sign off any strategies coming to this table going forward if this is the approach that he is going to take. In terms of community engagement, we have had community engagement. We had over 1,000 submissions on He Pou Manawa Ora when it came, and we had hearings through the Hearings and Engagement Committee. We have heard from the community, and these are just the practical actions that fall out of that strategy. When it also, I will have to note that when we talk about, firstly...
Point of order. Section 26.2, misrepresentation and misleading.
With regards to which part?
Councillor Thompson suggested that during the annual plan that Pou Manawa Ora was not in the annual plan.
Discussed or debated?
My quick look of it, it was. My second point is the fact that when it went out for public consultation as part of the long-term plan, there were no financial contribution to the overall plan. So you've implied that we've gone out and consulted it, that multiple people supported it, but without the context of the funds attached to it.
Okay, but we had over 5,000 submissions on our long-term plan when the funding for He Pou Manawa Ora was introduced. So,
but you said, sorry, point of order, 26.2. She said 1,000 people initially. Is it 1,000 or 5,000?
Dave, we've, you know, stranger to interrupting yourself here. Knock it off, please. All right. I will uphold that on factual, and I think you'd recognise that. On factual, it's got you on a little technical.
No, not really. When I was, for clarification, I don't recall any motions put up to change the funding that was originally in the long-term plan throughout the annual plan deliberations. So that is what I was referring to.
You guys can debate this over a nice cup of tea after this.
We can move on from
carrying
that.
on 41 seconds to go, so.
This time G for golf. I'm requesting a recording of the wordings for Councillor Thompson and what she said as required under 26.2 G.
Just seeking advice from those who know.
We can.
Yep.
What?
We can. So
Does it need to be immediate, or can it be after the...
Request a recording of wording such as a request to words being subject.
And what's the implication of that?
The minutes. We've got included in the...
Okay, we'll include it in the minutes. Is that all right, Ewan? Yep. Thank you.
Point of process, just a question, clarity process.
Yes.
If you do that, well, we're on live stream anyway, so isn't it recorded in any case? Isn't all the debate?
It's in the standing orders that someone can request.
But it is already done. It is recorded.
Just using our standing orders.
But we will include. We will include it in the minutes.
That seems like a waste of time, but yeah.
There's 41 seconds. I cannot wait to hear, so I'd like to get on with it now. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be included in the minutes. Everyone happy? Right. Ish. Carry on.
Well, I don't know what Councillor Wilson's trying to achieve. Yeah. Look, so in fact, I don't have anything more to say. Ultimately, this is just delivering on the strategy, and these are just practical ways that we can ensure that we're actually making sure this strategy comes to life, that we are embracing and having it, respecting and embracing Māori culture, history and values within our city, and I see that as something that's positive for all of us. Don't we want to live in a city which has a real identity? And this will help us to have that.
Thanks, Sam. Māngai Ollie.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I agree with Councillor Rob about holding staff to account as a key pillar of governance. I disagree of governance getting into the management kitchen, though, and doing staff's work for them by developing their action plans. I don't think that's a role for governance. I'll just repeat the comments I made during the question time. The strategy has been approved by Council, budgets that have been approved, and I look to staff to the execution of the strategy, keen to let them get on with this, but also very keen to see the delivery of the strategy at key checkpoints. At the launch of the strategy, and nice day down at the Gardens, there were a range of external stakeholders there at that time who were very keen to work with Council, to partner with Council on the delivery on some of the outcomes from the strategy. I hope that goodwill still exists, and look to Sean and his team to engage with those partners and crack on and deliver the strategy.
Thank you, Ollie. And you win the prize so far for the shortest speech. Nice work. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I certainly do agree with the points that Councillor Pascoe has made as Chair of Finance and Mangai Ollie in terms of appropriate scrutiny and accountability in terms of actions, and I will slightly differ with Councillor McPherson because I've been inspired with the way Councillor McPherson over the years has perhaps stepped very, very briefly into the kitchen to ensure that the public interest is met, and I've learnt from his example. And hence, my questions before about the interpretive signage, because I'm really keen that the totality of our human history and all its facets is shared with our community, and what an amazing, and when I visit cities overseas, I have, that opportunity. And of course, you acknowledge history, and as I've said, in Germany, you might see a street named after Bismarck, but I've yet to find a street in Germany named after a prominent member of the Third Reich, etc. So there's a balance, but there's descriptions about the history, and there's accountability and all of that, so I get that. Can I just go back? I actually have to agree with Mayor Paula. This strategy was actually started by Mayor Andrew King. And as you remember, when he proposed, as a result of strategy for the Maunga Māori representation, I was cautious. And I, as a loyal deputy mayor, arranged with Andrew that we wouldn't, I had an internal debate with him, discussion, and I said, sorry, Andrew, I cannot support you as his loyal deputy mayor, which I was, and I'm proud that I was his loyal deputy mayor. But I have to say here and now, Andrew King was right. I was wrong. I've said this multiple times, and the example of this partnership is the amazing contribution our Maunga Māori are making already to this council. And obviously, if I can say, I'm looking forward to partnership, to inclusion growing and developing, and the incoming council of 15 will obviously carry this along. I also just want to say that, Jovi and the others and the staff are my heroes, because we actually do have a strategy to embrace all the cultural and ethnic groups. Week after week after week, the Mayor and other elected members in Jovi go out to tons, massive activities. The inspiration of the Hamilton, the Settlement Centre and Boundary Road, those of us who go there regularly are always inspired. So please, with respect, we already have that partnership, and we're developing, just as we develop this this partnership. I also want to finally thank yourself, Mr. Chair, and Mangai Tapora, and Mayor Southgate for the developing this, but for working in consultation on this strategy. No document is perfect, all right? No document is perfect. I will make the point that I'm a little surprised at perhaps where the vote may go, because up until the annual plan, I thought this was a unanimous statement of intent. I respect some of the qualifications that some elected members may have come across this, but I still think, and thanks also to your leadership, that we have broad consensus on this document. We don't have to agree on every dynamic, and all of those dynamics will still be accountable and still be scrutinised. So without further ado, Mr. Chair, I support this policy.
Thank you. We did owe you 40 seconds, so we're all square. All right. Mango Te Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I support this mahi also and thank Muna and Jared for your perseverance in bringing this to the table. I have to agree with what's already been said. I don't think it's normal to debate a work plan or to hold that much scrutiny over operations. But I do agree with what Councillor Rob is saying, and that's part and parcel of what we do as governance, I suppose. I'm mixed up between, we said this is important to us, to all of us. We've heard today, this is big, this is massive, this is why we have brought it back to this committee. This is important to us. On one hand, is that an unfair level of scrutiny, or is it a demonstration of our absolute dedication to a partnership? That's one hand. If we talk about partnership, let's look on the group responsible for He Pou Manawa Ora. You will not find Amorangi Māori in there. You will not find the Directorate of Māori Support, because it's not there. The rest of the organisation has to pick it up. What we're dealing with is a one-man or 1.5 man band to move this all through. If I move quickly to the investment, if we're talking about a cookie jar, that cookie jar is empty because we haven't put into it properly right across. Started off talking about $1.3 to $1.4 million, but as we found when we went through it, we're accounting for, that's over 10 years, we're accounting for one FTE, which leaves 62K, so 620 across 10 years. That's $298 investment per week per pou. There are 4 of them. Waikato Tainui have financially committed to. Oh, I was waiting. No.
Representation 26.2.
26.2.
2 standing order.
26.
26.2.
What's the
I don't.
Misrepresentation. Because again, you keep saying, you keep quantifying that Pou Manawa Ora has only 135,000 a year.
No, I'm taking off what the discussion has been thus far.
No,
I said there was 1.3 to 1.4 million quoted during questions.
Okay. But that's not the quantum.
But that's what was said in there.
The quantum is unspecified. It could be millions.
All right, we'll move on. Thanks, Ewan. You've made your point of order, but I don't uphold this one. Okay, she's justified it. It's to my satisfaction.
That's not what I said.
Thank you. Carry on, Cora.
But that's a remarkable tactic that is being used
many
today
times.
In here. Iwi Māori initiatives are currently being used as a football. Let me go to that very quickly before the time runs out. To drive up views, to struggle to be relevant, to build a shaky platform. He Pou Manawa Ora, a strategy for unity, for prosperity, to bring together history for our taiao, should not be that football for us to come together. Von Tempsky, Bryce Street will follow a process on that. Waikato Tainui will follow a process on it. This is about bringing people together. When we first want to throw in and say this is divisive and it has ramifications, who's holding the cutting knife on that?
Right, I'll speak. At last, thank you. We're talking about it. This is the courageous conversation. Can I just do my bit? We're talking about it. This is the courageous conversation that we talked about right at the very beginning, Mayor Paula, that we have to have. This is ugly. This is fiery. This is good. This is what we're here to do as a community committee, representing the views of our community. They are all valid. They're all valid. We all want the very best for our city, and sometimes it's a painful journey. Thank you all for being so darn hard about it all. It's been really tough sitting here, but it's also been incredibly joyous because we're actually at last speaking about it. I've had briefing after briefing after briefing because I know how, I disagree with Te Pora, this is big. This is big. I know how big this is. I know how deep this runs in the community. And if we don't talk about it, we're not serving our community. So thank you for talking so honestly and candidly, and for listening to those hard conversations, listening to those opposing points of view, because unless our community does the same, we don't get anywhere. We just carry on in a little entrenched way. Okay? Now, I'm not enormously happy with the way this has come out either, but I make no apology for this coming to this committee. This, to me, in my mind, is no different to Dave and I sitting there redesigning a roundabout during an infrastructure operations committee, or us going through with a fine-tooth comb the low-risk, low-budget stuff. To me, this is the same. And this is the first time this has come up. It runs deep in our community. It's a powerful policy. So we've got to get it right. So I make no apology for it coming here. And if it's a little bit uncomfortable for us to do that, well, so be it. Norm gave me a really good saying when this first came out. It was kia piki na wai, kia hiki na waka. And I'll say it again. It is a rising body of water lifts all boats. That's what I want this policy to do. I don't personally think it goes far enough in the multicultural sphere. I agree with some of those points. But the fact is I've had my opportunity to have a look at it and talk about it. I would like to see it take more of that flavour now. I think it's done a lot of its initial work, but I would like to see it a lot more inclusive down the track. But that's fine. I'm just one voice around the table. That's great. I think it's a little bit unfair to throw the word flip-flop into here because, yes, who is going to disagree with the intent of this policy? It's fantastic. Of course we voted for it unanimously. But now we see the ramifications. Doubts are going to creep up, and I reserve people's rights to question that, and I reserve people's rights to change their minds as well, because that makes for a really good governor. So, with no apology, with a little bit of discomfort with parts of it, I'm going to support it, and I'll leave it up to you, Dave, for the right of reply.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to actually comment briefly on some of the good points that some of the other speakers have made. I'm going to start with Rob's, and other people have referred to this. The right to scrutinise important issues and reports and figures. Absolutely, yes. But I think the other side of that coin is the right for public to expect us to do it on all things, not just on some things. And I think that's been part of the problem today from some people. And I'm not referring to Rob here, there has been far more scrutiny of issues relating to Māori than there have been of a lot, if not all other aspects of Council's recent work. That's why there's a problem with the depth of scrutiny, not with the right to do that. Secondly, Rob mentioned that his intention in doing that, and to put a comment on this as well, I think, was to get good value for residents. And I think absolutely, when you look at the numbers of staff we've got that have done the work in this area for us so far, we've got bloody good value for from two people for that. And we're essentially asking for this policy, the work program sets up a third person. Gee, wow, 3 people. How many people have we got working for council? You all know roughly the figure there. So ponder that a little bit. Jeff made a good point. He talked about the importance of taking the public, the community with you on this. So I look forward, Jeff, to you helping us take the community forward on this subject area rather than trying to shoot it down in flames in Facebook, for instance. I look forward to that because you're quite right. It is absolutely important if we want to win the hearts and minds of people. Jeff and others talked about the need, Mr. Chair, about the need for looking at other communities, other ethnicities in the city. Where were you when we were asking for an extra $70,000 a week and a half ago for the Welcoming Communities program and we couldn't get your support?
I supported it.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to refer to you. Okay. I was referring to the Deputy Mayor, sorry. You're quite right. Thank you for that
Got
support.
you on a point of order.
Can we do another 70 grand?
Carry on.
Thank you. Ewan made much play about how it's okay to go for a work plan and that. But the way it was done left me feeling absolutely cold. It was like listening to Perry Mason cross-examining in a courtroom. That was not fair the way it was done. It was not productive. If you want to be all on the same side, have a think about the way you do those sorts of things. I want to end just by you picking up a point that Māngai Te Pora made about this whole area being used as a political football. And the problem is that we might make flowery speeches today, but we're probably going to be hearing some very political football redneck type comments coming out on Facebook and other social media during the election campaign. That's what worries me about this.
What's the point of order?
26.2, misuse or language.
You deny
accusing
being
us
a
of being a
redneck.
redneck. It's a breach of code of conduct.
I don't think Dave directly
Now,
called anyone
if
Dave.
Councillor Wilson
26.2.
bothered to listen, I did not call him a redneck. I said there are going to be some redneck comments coming out on Facebook. Oh, that's what I said. So perhaps he could try opening his ears.
All right, that's enough.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll call that a day. Thank you very much. Well, look at us. I'm actually amazed you've actually all got points of order. Look at you, like a bunch of scouts with your manuals, aren't you? Right. Shh. We're going to go to the vote now, folks, please. Thank you for your strong debates, folks. We're going to there is the motion up on the board. It has been moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Māngai Te Ua. We will vote on all three at once. Those in favour? And against?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
Thank you. That was smooth. Right. Let me see. We're going to move to exclude the public from here. Thank you. I think I've attracted them. Look at you guys pouring over your points of order. Oh, look. I love the fact. 2.5 years into the term, they finally open up the points of order.
Has that got the standing orders in it?
Yeah, it's a standing order.
Sorry, can I get a move in a second?
Oh, sorry, I need to move that we go move into public excluded. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Maxine. Those in favour? Aye. Anyone against? I'm going to assume that's carried.